Life's better when you're under our roof.
Go deep.
Because you'll feel totally protected.
We're number one.
Also, your family can pursue their dreams. Bundle life and save up to 25% on home and auto. American Family Insurance.
Welcome to the 2025 Wisconsin State High School Ski Championships. We are the Arrowhead Ski Team.
We would like to take this opportunity to congratulate the teams who are here competing and to wish all the athletes good luck this weekend at state.
Thank you to WIARA and Mount Lacrosse for making this state championship a memorable event.
Ski Pass!
Amidst the vibrant energy and deep connection within our community, Gerhardt's Kitchen, Bath, and Lighting Store by First Supply stands as a place for inspiration. These little stars represent the next generation of Gerhardts, carrying forward our legacy. Hi, I'm Katie Paling Seymour, a proud Midwest native and fifth-generation leader. At Gerhardt's, we're devoted to simplifying your shopping experience with personalized service, high-quality products, and a seamless journey from vision to reality. Find your inspiration at Gerhardt's Kitchen, Bath, and Lighting Store by First Supply, where tradition meets innovation.
Dan Nagy grew up racing at Osplick and later skied at St. Olaf College, and then he coached at Holy Hill. He left behind two wonderful kids, McKenna and Drew, as well as his wife Colleen. These two amazing guys, Derek and Dan, are remembered not for their skiing or the schools they attended or the jobs that they had. Rather, they're remembered for the impact that they had on others' lives. Both Dan and Derek had the amazing ability to make others laugh and to stay positive no matter how cold or how hard or how deep the ruts are. Dan and Derek, we miss you. I hope this event will inspire this group of friends to enjoy life and the camaraderie of ski racing the way you guys always did. We'll do a quick moment of silence and then our national anthem.
This morning.
Thanks, everybody. Have a great race.
Wisconsin State High School Ski and Snowboard Championships. Getting ready this morning, we lead off with our girls Boarder Crosse event. Boarder Crosse is a very exciting event that will be happening on our Call It Quits run. And we're getting some final preparations in place to begin the girls Boarder Crosse event, our opening event this weekend. It's a great morning for racing here at Mount Lacrosse. 65 seasons of skiing snowboarding here at Mount Lacrosse. We're glad you're here. We're getting ready to have a great weekend of racing. Again, girls Boarder Crosse. We should be starting that off at approximately
Day 2 of the Nagy Memorial Ski Race here at beautiful Mount Lacrosse. A little bit better weather today. We're still spreading salt. We're still making the conditions right for the race. We're hoping for a great competition at the United States Ski and Snowboard largest race in the United States. We're going to have a good time.
All of the athletes that are here today have qualified at previous conference events throughout the state. And so they've worked very hard with their coaches and teams in order to qualify for this event and are anxious to show their skills here at this final culmination of the season here at the Mount Lacrosse Ski and Snowboard Championships.
3, 2, 1, go! Racers, 10 seconds.
11 on, 13 in the gate.
I say this year after year, but it's so true. Ski racing is like no other sport. We travel together, we train together, we push each other, we freeze together, and yet our fiercest competitors can be our closest friends. The winner of the 2024 Dan Nagy Memorial is Stella Stinnett.
Good morning, everybody. Welcome to Mount Lacrosse, to the 50th Annual Wisconsin High School Ski and Snowboard Championships here at beautiful Mount Lacrosse. As Rich Rice said, we are ready to start our racing for the weekend. We're going to start with the girls' Boarder Crosse very shortly.
Just like Derek and Dan did. Dan and Derek, we miss you. I hope this event will inspire this group of friends to enjoy life and the camaraderie of ski racing the way you guys always did.
It looks as though we have our first racer on board and ready to go. That'll be bib number 484, Chloe Rummel from West Bend, Wisconsin. Should be noted that Chloe was a third-place finisher in this event last year, so we'll be having Chloe Rummel from West Bend lead us off here this morning. On deck behind Chloe, Connie Watson from Middleton. Just some final preparations, folks, before our first Boarder Crosse racer. We will be leading off with some forerunners before Chloe gets started. We're just getting those forerunners up to the start gate as we speak. Once again, folks, we're getting our forerunners ready. A little bit about this Boarder Crosse course today. We want to thank our Mount Lacrosse operations team for putting together a great course. It's filled with bank turns, some jumps, some berms, and some features that will test the balance and agility of these Boarder Crosse racers. Just when they think things smooth out, we give them another little jump to go over or another little bermed corner to go around. So very exciting event here at Mount Lacrosse. We've got our first forerunner just getting ready to go.
And here we go. We are racing here at Mount Lacrosse. Our first forerunner is Logan Boland from the Cooley Conference, and he is on course. And here comes Logan Boland making his way through this Boarder Crosse course.
Logan, one of our competitors from last year.
And here he comes into view soon here, Logan Boland, who actually went to Central High School. And thank you to Logan Boland, our first forerunner.
Next forerunner will be Landon Egbertson, and he's on course. This is Landon Egbertson.
And it looks like Landon Engebretson is from the Metro Milwaukee Southeast Snowboard Conference. And we're watching him as he attacks this Boarder Crosse. Our next forerunner is going to be Charlie Wick from Hartford. And now on course, our third forerunner, Charlie Wick from Hartford. And once Charlie Wick clears the course, we'll have our first girl Boarder Crosse, bib number 484, Chloe Rummel from West Bend. And thank you to all of our forerunners. And now let's get started with the girls Boarder Crosse. First racer, bib 484, Chloe Rummel, a senior from West Bend. And Chloe's been here before. We'll see what she brings during her senior year here.
Once again, Chloe had a third place finish in this event at the 2024 Girls Boarder Crosse. So we'll look to good things from Chloe Rummel, who is now on course. On deck behind Chloe will be Connie Watson, a freshman this year from Middleton. We've got Chloe Rummel on course.
And here comes Chloe Rummel to the finish. Chloe's time is a 38.04. Our next racer is bib 471, Connie Watson from Middleton, and she's on course.
On deck behind Connie will be Sydney Sarkoskis from Rhinelander Northland Pines. This is Connie Watson we're watching.
And Connie is a freshman from Middleton, so her first time competing here at Mount Lacrosse. Bib 471.
And this is Connie Watson at the line with a time of 43.04. 43.04 for Connie Watson.
Up now is 489, Sydney Sarkoskis, a junior from Rhinelander Northland Pines, racing as an individual.
Real change in the conditions here from last year. We've got a little snow falling, as you can see, but as these first racers come through, they're kind of clearing the course for the rest of the racers. Again, lots of berms, lots of jumps, lots of things to keep you on balance here. Sydney's time, 42.62.
Now on course is bib 479, Hannah Tanky, a senior from Waukesha. She'll be followed by bib 459, Tennyson Makepeace, a senior from the Aquinas Onalaska West Salem team. And Hannah Tanky handling this course quite well so far. And that was Hannah Tanky finishing with a time of 41.33. 41.33.
On course now is Tenny Makepeace, a senior from the Aquinas Onalaska West Salem team. Tenny had a top 15 place finish last year in this event. Has had a great series this year at the Western Conference Series. This is Tenny Makepeace, a senior from AOWS here in La Crosse.
She'll be followed by 462, Meredith Krebs, a freshman from Hartford.
Tenny Makepeace making her way across those berms and into the final, and her time 44.25.
Up next is bib 462, Meredith Krebs from Hartford. She is on course. Followed Meredith will be Emma Smith from Slinger.
We're watching Meredith Krebs at the finish line. Her time 39.35. 39.35. Emma Smith is up now from Slinger. She had a first place finish in this event last year.
And Emma will be followed by Kayla Strabala, a sophomore from Madison West, to round out our first seed of the girls' Boarder Crosse. We're looking at Emma Smith, a senior from Slinger. Emma got a little air there as she finishes with a nice time of 38.61. 38.61 for Emma.
Kayla Strabala on course. She's from Madison West, a sophomore this year. Ending out our first seed, and leading off seed number 2 will be La Crosse snowboarder J.C. Erickson. This is Kayla Strabala making her way to the finish line. And Kayla turns in a time of 41.96. 41.96.
Starting out our second seed is bib 457, J.C. Erickson from the Aquinas Onalaska West Salem team. And she'll be followed by 478, Danica Jones from Waukesha.
Should be noted that J.C. is one of our young adult patrollers here on the Mount Lacrosse Ski Patrol, learning how to be a ski patroller, and wants to learn to be a helicopter pilot as well. So let's see how she pilots this course. We're watching bib 457, J.C. Erickson.
JC did a nice job. JC Erickson's time is a 39.60. 39.60.
We've got Danica Jones on course, a senior from Waukesha. On deck will be Aurora Olson.
So Danica Jones, a senior from Waukesha. This will be her final Boarder Crosse for high school racing. Doing a good job on this course. And Danica Jones finishes with a time of 41.51. 41.51.
We've got Aurora Olson on course. She's a freshman this year from Ashwaubenon. She's skiing as an individual. On deck behind Aurora is Mackenzie McLean.
And Aurora Olson, a freshman from Ashwaubenon. So this is her first state meet. Her first Boarder Crosse here at Mount Lacrosse.
A little oops there for Aurora, but she's back and up and headed towards the finish line.
And Aurora Olson from Ashwaubenon finishes with a 57.94. 57.94.
Mackenzie McLean on course now, a senior from Sturgeon Bay. Mackenzie is in bib 491. On deck is Peyton Oakes from Madison West.
Here comes bib 491 to the finish. Mackenzie McLean finishes with a 51.23. 51.23. Up next we have bib 469, Peyton Oakes, a junior from Madison West, on course.
On deck behind Peyton will be Florine Onvlie from West Bend. Up over these last couple berms here, Peyton Oakes making her way down the course.
And here comes Peyton Oakes to the finish. Her time is a 43.58. 43.58. On course is bib 485, Florine Onvlie, a junior from West Bend.
On deck behind Florine will be Maddie Slavic from Slinger.
We're watching Florine Onvlie on course. And here comes Florine to the finish. Her time is a 42.20. 42.20.
On course now, bib 493, Maddie Slavic, a junior from Slinger. On deck behind Maddie is Caitlin Scott from Hartford. Again, a great job setting up this course by our Mount Lacrosse outdoor operations team. This is truly challenging these athletes. And Maddie's time, 40.29. 40.29.
On course is bib 461, Caitlin Scott, a senior from Hartford. And she'll be followed by 475, Riley Landsverk from Middleton to wrap up our second seed of the girls' Boarder Crosse. We're watching Caitlin Scott from Hartford on course. And here comes Caitlin to the finish. Her time is a 42.84. 42.84.
On course now is Riley Landsverk, a junior from Middleton. She's in bib 475. On deck behind Riley, seed number 3 will be Henriette Trimbo. This is Riley Landsverk making her way down the course. Again, up over some of these berms and jumps here. Challenging even the best of the balance. Riley's time, 43.91. 43.91.
Starting out our third seed is bib 488, Henriette Trimbo, a freshman from Ashwaubenon. She'll be followed by 481, Melanie Bentfield from Waukesha.
This is Henriette Trimbo.
I love all these cool names, Rich. Rich and Amy seem really boring compared to these.
In comparison, no doubt.
Yeah. I don't know if we missed Henriette but looks like Melly Benfield is on course. Bib 481, Melanie Benfield from Waukesha. So might have been Henriette did not start. Here comes Melanie to the finish with a time of 44.67. 44.67.
Next up, London Vanderhorst, a local racer from the Aquinas Onalaska West Salem team. London Vanderhorst is on course.
She'll be followed by Catherine Nelson from Middleton.
London's dad, Jared, one of our Mount Lacrosse ski patrollers. London Vanderhorst at the line, 39.88. 39.88. On course now, Catherine Nelson, a sophomore from Middleton.
And we have a slight pause here in the action.
Was 488 at DNF?
488 never started.
Thanks.
Bib
All right,
473.
473, Catherine Nelson, a sophomore from Middleton, and she's on course.
She'll be followed by Bib 490, Jordis Brilla from Sturgeon Bay. We're watching Bib 473, Catherine Nelson, a sophomore from Middleton, on course. And we are in the third seed of our girls' Boarder Crosse.
Catherine Nelson making her way to the finish line and across these last few berms here on our Boarder Crosse course. On deck behind Catherine, Jordis Brilla.
Catherine's time was a 42.66. 42.66.
This is Jordis Brilla on course, a junior from Sturgeon Bay. On deck behind her will be Aofi Hartshorn.
And again, we apologize if we mispronounce anybody's names. Let us know. We can correct it for the next time. We're looking at Jordis Brilla, a junior from Sturgeon Bay, on course.
Jordis skiing as an independent or individual racer and not part of a team.
And in the start is 465, Aofe Hartshorn.
Jordis Brilla, 52.58. 52.58.
Now on course is 465, Aofe Hartshorn, a freshman from Madison West. She'll be followed by 483, Alexis Rathel from West Bend. Here comes Aofe Hartshorn to the finish. Her time is a 49.10. 49.10.
Alexis Roythel on course, senior from West Bend. On deck will be Olivia Stiss from Hartford. Alexis had a little oops there on that course. She's going to get rewrited and get up around that gate.
Yeah, she was kind of aggressive on the first part of the course, doing a great job, but just lost a little control, and she's back. 483, Alexis Rathel, we're not sure. She's a senior from West Bend. And Alexis's time is a 1.04.89. 1.04.89.
On course now, Olivia Stiss, a sophomore from Hartford. On deck is Kennedy Wiedemeyer from Slinger.
Looks like Olivia just finished with a 44.46. Olivia Stiss finishes. Now on course, as Rich said, Kennedy Wiedemeyer from Slinger. Bib 494.
Kennedy was here last year. I remember her. Kennedy on the Slinger snowboard team. Always a strong contender here from skiers and snowboarders from Slinger. This is Kennedy Wiedemeyer.
And Kennedy's time is a 38.68, 38.68 for Kennedy. Wrapping up our third seed. Starting out our fourth seed, we have bib 482, Addison Turacek from West Bend.
Behind Addison on deck will be Claire Schmidt from Slinger. Addison Turacek from West Bend is on course.
Turacek, I'm not sure. But anyway, Addison is doing a nice job on this course. A junior from West Bend. And Addison Turacek finishes with a 43.90, 43.90.
Claire Schmidt is on course, a sophomore from Slinger.
In the gate, 456, Ava Conati, a freshman from the AOWS squad. Conati. On course is Claire Schmidt from Slinger. Approaching the finish, Claire's time is a 40.74, 40.74.
Ava Conati on course, freshman from the AOWS team here in La Crosse.
And Ava will be followed by Charlie Bentfield from Waukesha, 2 freshmen in a row here.
It's been fun watching Ava board through the Western Conference Series here at Mount La Crosse, improving each and every week. All these athletes did have to qualify to be here. Ava's time, 43.09.
Our next racer is 477, Charlie Bentfield, a freshman from Waukesha.
Behind Charlie will be Vida Gear from Middleton.
We're watching 477, Charlie Bentfield on course, making her way to the finish. Charlie's time is a 51.74, 51.74. Now on course, 476, Veda Gear, a sophomore from Middleton. Veda or Vida, we're not sure. Here comes Veda Gear to the finish. Her time is a 42.46, 42.46. Now on course, 460, Haley Flaherty, a junior from Hartford.
As we get down into the lower seeds here, the boys' Boarder Crosse will be following immediately the girls' race. So we'll be jumping right into some more Boarder Crosse racing as soon as we finish with the girls. This is Haley Flaherty from Hartford. Behind Haley will be Faith Lynn from Madison West. Haley Flaherty at the line, 46.25.
Our next racer is 466, Faith Lynn, or Line, senior from Madison West. We're watching Faith Lynn, or Line, from Madison West on course, approaching the finish. Faith's time is a 50.45, 50.45 to wrap up the fourth seed.
Jeanette Black is up next, a sophomore from Waukesha, and she's on course. Behind her will be Lila Schultz, a freshman from Madison West. This is bib 480, Jeanette Black.
And Jeanette Black's time is a 52.94, 52.94 for Jeanette. Up next is 468, Lila Schultz, a freshman from Madison West.
On deck behind Lila, Olivia Strupp from Slinger.
So this is Lila's first appearance at the state meet. She's a freshman from Madison West. In the start, we have an Olivia Strupp from Slinger in the start.
Lila Schultz making her way to the finish line, and Lila's time 1.05.63. 105.63.
Now on course is 496, Olivia Strupp from Slinger.
37.65, unofficial first spot for Olivia. Sorry, we kind of missed her out of the gate. That was Olivia Strupp. Another Olivia on course now, Olivia Doyne, a sophomore from Hartford.
And Olivia Doyne will be followed by Taylor Calloway from West Bend. Olivia Strupp had a great race. We saw part of it, but not all of it, but she was going fast, 37.65. Here comes Olivia Doyne from Hartford. And Olivia Doyne is making her way through this course. Bib 463. And Olivia Doyne finishes with a time of 59.85, 59.85.
On course next, Taylor Calloway, a sophomore from West Bend. On deck, local racer Anna Mua. This is Taylor Calloway.
I wonder if she's related to the Callaways from around here.
I don't think so.
No, but she's doing a great job. Taylor's time is 55.93, 55.93.
Next up and on course is Anna Mua, one of our local racers, a senior this year on the AOWS team. Been fun watching Anna race throughout the Western Conference Series here at Mount Lacrosse. We've had a 5-week series. She's done very well throughout the season.
She'll be followed by Emerson Turner from Middleton in the gate.
This is Anna Mua at the line, 46.05, 46.05.
Our final racer in our fifth seed, bib 472, Emerson Turner, is on course.
Emerson will be followed by Gracelyn Wire, a freshman from Slinger. This is Emerson Turner making her way down what we call the Call It Quits run here at Mount Lacrosse.
And Emerson finishes with a time of 51.02, 51.02 for Emerson. On course 497, Gracelyn Wire, a freshman from Slinger. And she'll be followed by another freshman, Adeline Wollenzian from Middleton.
We've got Gracelyn Wire on course. And Gracelyn's time, 45.88. 45.88.
Now on course, bib 470, Adeline Wollenzian, a freshman from Middleton. And Adeline will be our final ladies Boarder Crosse racer. She is a freshman from Middleton.
Next up will be our boys Boarder Crosse racers. As soon as we clear this course, we'll be ready to run the boys. Adeline Wollenzian on course, and at the finish, 52.93 for Adeline. 52.93. That wraps it up for our girls Boarder Crosse event. We will be starting with the boys here in just a few moments. Our boys Boarder Crosse athletes are getting lined up and ready to go. Our first boys Boarder Crosse racer in this event will be bib 415, Charles Head. He's a junior this year on the Logan Central team from La Crosse. On deck behind Charles, Gavin Albrecht from Hartford. The girls did a great job with this course. Lots of berms and turns for them to negotiate. So we'll see how the boys do. Announcing is clear.
And we are about ready to begin the boys Boarder Crosse. We have 56 racers in our 6 seeds. And we're going to start with Charles Head, one of our local racers, in the start.
And Charles Head, bib 415, leads us off. A little air off of that first jump. This is Charles Head, and on deck behind Charles will be Gavin Albrecht. Charles is also one of our young adult patrollers, has joined the Mount La Crosse Ski Patrol and is learning to be a ski patroller. So been fun to get to know Charles here this year a little bit. And Charles has a time of 41.27. 41.27 for Charles Head.
Next up is 409, Gavin Albrecht, a senior from Hartford. Sorry we lost visibility on Charles there, but we're looking at Gavin Albrecht now from Hartford. He'll be followed by bib 437, Dominic Bentfield from Waukesha.
Gavin Albrecht, a 4th place finisher in this event last year, so as a junior, so we'll see what he's got this year as a senior.
Had a little trouble on that corner, but he's back up. Was coming in hot and lost his balance a little, but now he's back on course.
Rapidly changing conditions here with this constant snowfall. Gavin Albrecht making his way down the Boarder Crosse course. And Gavin's time, 42.74. 42.74.
Next racer is 437, Dominic Bentfield, a senior from Waukesha. He'll be followed by one of our local racers, 401, Bodie Calloway.
Dominic Bentfield on course. We'll be anxious to see Bodie Calloway up next. Whoop, there's a little tip over for
he got a little
Dominic.
air there. Shoot.
It looks like he's going to get back together and complete his run. And Dominic's time, 44.4. Bodie Calloway, a 2-time defending champion, 1st place in this event last year. He's on course, bib number 401, senior this year. Let's see what Bodie's got.
He'll be followed by 454, Luke Croft, a freshman from Wausau West.
Bodie Calloway at the finish line, 33.89. 33.89. Bodie Calloway, 2-time defending state champion.
Nice run, Bodie. Our next racer is 454, Luke Croft, a freshman from Wausau West. He'll be followed by Samuel Anderson, a senior from Wanakee. On course is Luke Croft. We are about midway through our boys Boarder Crosse, seed number 1. And Luke Croft on course.
Luke's a freshman this year, skiing as an individual from the Wausau area. Goes to school at Wausau West.
And here comes Luke Croft to the finish. Luke's time, 42.67, 42.67.
On course now, Sam Anderson, a senior from Wanakee.
He'll be followed by Doug Watson from Middleton.
Shout out to all these volunteers who helped put this race together. Anybody wearing a yellow vest is here on volunteer time, and be sure and thank them for all the hard work they do to make sure this race happens. We're watching Sam Anderson from Wanakee as he approaches the finish. Well,
and Sam finishes with the time of 38.66, 38.66 for Sam.
On course now is Doug Watson, a junior from Middleton.
And in the gate is Soren Dumar, a junior from Rhinelander Northern Pines. We're looking at Doug Watson from Middleton on course. And Doug Watson finishes with a time of 39.08, 39.08.
Soren Dumar is on course. Soren is a junior this year with the Rhinelander Northland Pines team.
He'll be followed by Jacob Lishka from Slinger.
You know, Amy, Rhinelander Northland Pines is known for their extremely loud cowbell. I don't hear them this
I don't
morning.
hear them right now.
Soren Dumar making his way through this course. And Soren's time, 36.32. 36.32, unofficial second position for Soren.
Our next racer is 498, Jacob Lishka, a junior from Slinger. He'll be followed by 420, Connor Scrum from Madison West. We're looking at Jacob Lishka on course.
I think these really have fun riding those banked corners. And Jacob's time, 37.11, 37.11.
Now on course is 420, Connor Scrum from Madison West. He's a senior, so this will be his final Boarder Crosse as a high school racer. He'll be followed by Gavin Schaubel from West Bend. Here comes Connor Scrum making his way through the course.
Seems like the course is a little faster now. 37.99. Got rid of some of that loose snow. Unofficial fourth position for Connor. On course now is Gavin Schaubel. He had a third place finish in this event last year, so let's see what Gavin's got.
And Gavin is our final racer in our first seat of the boys Boarder Crosse.
We're watching Gavin Schaubel. Again, third place finisher last year in this event. Bib 448.
And here he comes to the finish. His time is a nice time of 36.59, 36.59, unofficially third place. Starting out our second seed, we have 419, Arthur Stern, a senior from Madison West.
Arthur will be followed by Tyler Erickson, bib 429, a sophomore at Middleton. We're watching Arthur Stern.
There's Arthur Stern to the finish. His time, 40.36, 40.36. On course is bib 429, Tyler Erickson from Middleton. He'll be followed by Evan Kroening from Slinger. We're looking at Tyler Erickson.
And Tyler turns in a time of 40.79. 40.79.
Our next racer is Evan Kroening, a freshman from Slinger. He'll be followed by bib 453, Rohan Hart from Ashwa Bay.
This is Evan Kroening from Slinger.
Bib 499.
And Evan's time, 37.89. Nice time for Evan Kroenig.
On course is 453, Rowan Hart, from a junior from Ashwa Bay. Oh, pardon me, 451, Will Kaiser, a senior from West Bend, is now on course. We must have had a did not start with Rowan Hart. We're looking at Will Kaiser from West Bend. And there he comes back into view. Will Kaiser's time is a 36.71. 36.71. Our
Nice
next
time
racer
for Will.
is 442 Cole Gashko from Wanakee. Cole had a little bobble there, but he is back on track now. What do you We're looking at Cole Gasho on course. Will Kaiser's time was at 36.71. And this Cole Gasho finishing up with a 44.28. Our next racer is 434, Ben Johnston, a junior from Waukesha.
This is Ben Johnston, bib 434, making his way down the course. And Ben turns in a time of 37.63. 37.63. Top 10 finish for Ben unofficially.
Our next racer is 413, Mason Weimer, a senior from Hartford. And he'll be followed by one of our local racers, Will Bakastoon. Here comes Mason Weimer making his way through the course. And Mason Weimer's time is a 36.32, 36.32. Unofficially a third place finish. On course is bib 407, Will Bakastoon, a senior from the Aquinas Onalaska West Salem team.
Will did some great racing in the Western Conference Series this year in preparation for this state event. Let's see what Will's got here as a senior this year.
In the gate is 416, Maxwell Wills.
Will Bakastoon, 37.96. Max Wills is on course.
And Max is a sophomore from the Logan Central Providence team.
Max's dad, Travis, a member of the Mount Lacrosse Ski Patrol. Max spent some time boarding here with us over the years. A sophomore this year at Central.
He'll be followed by 431, Marshall Durkee from Rhinelander.
This is Max Wills making his way down the course. And Max turns in a time of 41.98. 41.98. Marshall Durkee is on course.
And Marshall will wrap up our second seed of the boys Boarder Crosse. He's bib 431, a sophomore from Rhinelander, Northern Pines. Marshall Durkee finishing up with a time of 37.98, 37.98. Starting out our third seed is bib 452, Lincoln Westman from Ashwa Bay.
On deck behind Lincoln will be Peter Murin from Waukesha. On course now, Lincoln Westman. And Lincoln is making a nice job coming down this course. Kind of lost the mare for a minute in the cloud, but
Lincoln finished with a 42.17, 42.17. We're looking at bib 439, Peter Murin from Waukesha now. He'll be followed by Lars Wubbin from Middleton. So 2 seniors coming up here, their final border crosses. We're looking at Peter Murin from Waukesha, approaching the finish, finishing with a 40.49, 40.49. On course now is bib 427, Lars Wubbin, a senior from Middleton.
On deck behind Lars will be Camden Kostrova from Rhinelander Northland Pines.
And we're watching Lars Wubbin on course, finishing up with a time of 40.56, 40.56. Camden Kostrova, a freshman from Rhinelander Northern Pines, is on course. And he'll be followed by another freshman, Kurt Merklein from Hartford.
Camden Kostrova on course. Out of the banked corner and into a couple of jumps here, so some quick transitions. And Camden's time, 39.17. On course now, Kurt Merklein from Hartford.
Kurt will be followed by Carter Fortune, a senior from the AOWS squad. On course is 4:12, Kurt Merklein.
Full day of snowboard racing here at Mount Lacrosse, followed by 2 days of alpine ski racing. 37.24 for Kurt Merklein. So boarders all day today, and then skiers for Sunday and Monday.
On course now is bib 404, Carter Fortune, a senior from the AOWS squad. He'll be followed by bib 440, Alex Mickelson from Wanakee. This is Carter Fortune on course. And Carter's time is a 40.62, 40.62.
On course now is Alex Mickelson, a junior from Wanakee. On deck is Preston Schellinger from Slinger. We're watching Alex Mickelson make his way down the course.
And here comes Alex Mickelson to the finish. Alex's time is a 39.61, 39.61. Now on course bib 500, Preston Schellinger, a freshman from Slinger. He'll be followed by Wesley Olson, a freshman from the Logan Central Providence team.
We're watching Preston Schellinger, a freshman from Slinger, bib 500, work his way down this Boarder Crosse course.
Here comes Preston to the finish. Preston's time is a 39.10, 39.10. Now on course is bib 418, Wesley Olson, freshman from Logan Central Providence.
On deck behind Wesley, Oliver Powell from Madison West. Max Dahlberg has also joined us at the top of the course. This is Wesley Olson at mid-course. Wesley's time, 46.16, 46.16.
Now on course, we have bib 449, Max Dahlberg from West Bend. And Max is a sophomore. Looks like we have a did not start with Oliver Powell. On course, Max Dahlberg. And Max's time is a 36.74, 36.74. Starting out our fourth seed, we have bib 408, Abram Wittig, a senior from Hartford.
On deck behind Abram will be Quinn Benedict from West Bend.
And we are in the fourth seed of the boys' Boarder Crosse. Here comes Abram Wittig approaching the finish. Abram's time is at 37.39, 37.39. Now on course, 450, Quinn Benedict, a senior from West Bend. And And in the gate, 432, Owen Sarkauskas from Rhinelander Northern Pines. And we're watching Quinn Benedict on course. Here comes Quinn, finishing with a flourish there, 39.27, 39.27. Now on course is 432, Owen Sarkauskas, a freshman from the Rhinelander Northern Pines team. In the gate is bib 428, Theodore Clay from Middleton. Here comes Owen Sarkauskas toward the finish. And Owen finishes with a time of 43.75, 43.75. Now on course, bib 428, Theodore Clay, a senior from Middleton.
On deck behind Theodore will be Braxton Wickchick from Aquinas, Onalaska, West Salem. We're watching Theodore Clay, bib 428, make his way down the course, a senior this year at Middleton. And Theodore Crosse is at 40.13. Braxton Wickchick up next, a freshman from La Crosse.
And in the start is 438, Marcus Kotalik, a junior from Waukesha.
We've got Braxton Wickchick on course.
And Braxton Wickchick's time is a 40.48, 40.48.
Next up, bib 438, Marcus Kotalik,
And Marcus is a junior from Waukesha.
Behind Marcus will be Caden Olson, bib 441, a junior from Wanakee. Marcus Kotalik with a little air, and at the finish line at 41.1. 41.1.
Now on course is 441, Caden Olson, a junior from Wanakee.
On deck behind Caden, Kobe Reeson from Slinger.
We had a did not start with 422. William Morrison was a did not start. We're looking at Caden Olson on course. And Caden finishes with a time of 40.96, 40.96.
On course now, Kobe Reeson. Kobe's a senior this year at Slinger, bib 501. On deck behind Cody is Oliver Nix from Logan Central, Providence.
And here comes Kobe Reeson from Slinger to the finish. His time is a 39.29, 39.29. Now on course, bib 417, Oliver Nix, a junior from the Logan Central Providence team. And Oliver will be our final racer in the 4th seed of the boys' Boarder Crosse. And we are watching Oliver Nix on course. Here he comes to the finish. Oliver Nix time, a 48.24, 48.24. Our 5th seed first racer, bib 435, Braden Suminski, a freshman from Waukesha, on course.
On deck behind Braden, Cameron Gage, a senior from AOWS. Braden Suminski on course. And Braden's time, 41.35 for Braden Suminski from Waukesha. On course now, Cameron Gage.
And Cameron is a senior from the Aquinas, Onalaska, West Salem team. This is his final race as a high schooler at Mount Lacrosse. In the gate is 426, Jack Nielsen from Middleton.
Cameron Gage at the finish line, 47.69. 47.69. Jack Nielsen on course from Middleton. On deck behind him, Isaac Schultz from Wanakee. We're watching Jack Nielsen. Had a little slide out there, but let's see if he can get back and get on course. Jack Nielsen with a little bit of an oops. And he has righted himself and is on his way. And Jack turns in a time of 57.74.
Now on course is bib 443, Isaac Schultz, a junior from Wanakee. And he'll be followed by Keegan Adams, a sophomore from Slinger. Here comes Isaac Schultz to the finish. Not to the finish yet. He's still on course.
Isaac Schultz's time, 42 even.
Now we're watching 503, Keegan Adams on course. And he'll be followed by Conair Doherty from West Bend.
Got Keegan Adams coming towards the bottom third of the course here. A sophomore this year from Slinger. Keegan's time, 38.84.
On course is bib 447, Conair Doherty from West Bend.
Behind Conair will be Harper Krebs from Hartford. This is Conair Doherty from West Bend.
And Conair's time is a 40.88, 40.88. Up now is 410, Harper Krebs from Hartford. And Harper will be our final racer in our fifth seed of the boys Boarder Crosse. Harper Krebs from Hartford approaching the finish. Harper's time is a 39.19. 39.19.
On course next, Alex Landvatter from Slinger. He's a senior this year.
In the start, 436, Casey Schmielewski, a freshman from Waukesha. That's a tough one.
That's a tough one.
Alex Landvatter's on course. He's a senior from Slinger.
And Alex turns in a time of 37.07. Top 10 finish for Alex unofficially.
Bib 436, Casey Schmielewski from Waukesha is on course. In the start is 414, Max Weimer from Hartford.
I bet you Casey spends a little time spelling his last name for people.
I think so. And pronouncing it maybe too. If we're wrong, please correct us. Casey Schmielewski on course, a freshman from Waukesha. And there's Casey. Casey's time is a 41.61.
Max Weimer's up next. He's from Hartford. He's a junior this year. On deck behind Max, Cyrus Gonzalez from Middleton. This is Max Weimer on course.
And there's Max Weimer to the finish. His time, 38.34.
Cyrus Gonzalez is up next, a senior from Middleton. On deck behind him, Ryan Numador Robles from AOWS.
And we're watching 424, Cyrus Gonzalez, a senior from Middleton, on course. We're down to our last few racers here in the boys Boarder Crosse. Here comes Cyrus toward the finish. And Cyrus Gonzalez's time is a 44.49. 44.49. Now on course is 406, Ryan Numador Robles, a sophomore from the Aquinas, Alaska West Salem team. In the start, 444, Merrick Zappa. And Merrick Zappa will be our final racer. Here comes Ryan Numador Robles.
After the boys Boarder Crosse, we'll be leading our next race off with the girls Giant Slalom snowboard race. Ryan at the line at 58.16. 58.16.
And our final racer for the boys Boarder Crosse, bib 444, Merrick Zappa, a sophomore from Wanakee, is now on course.
Once again, after the Boarder Crosse, we'll be doing some race setup and inspection, followed by the girls snowboard giant slalom race with a thunderation start scheduled for approximately 11:45.
Here comes Merrick Zappa from Wanakee. Bib 444, Merrick Zappa to the finish. His time, 41.70, 41.70. That wraps up our boys Boarder Crosse. Like Rich said, we're going to have a little bit of a break to set up the GS course, and we'll be back.
The inspection for the giant slalom race will open at 11:15 for the girls and boys to inspect the giant slalom course at 11:15. Thunderation start. And we'll be doing some more racing here on a snowy day at Mount Lacrosse. I'm Rich Rice. I'm here with Amy Schwartz. We're having a blast. I hope you are too. Your attention, please. I do have two DQs to announce for the Boarder Crosse race. Bib 454 and Bib 426. Repeating, DQs on the Boarder Crosse race. Bib 454, Bib 426. Coaches, you will have 15 minutes from 11:10 to protest that announcement. 454 and 426. Well, good morning, and just a couple of announcements here at our state high school ski and snowboard finals. The merchandise is available for the WIARA, Wisconsin Independent Alpine Racing Association. Has t-shirts and sweatshirts and all kinds of bling. Baseball hats available in the Base Lodge at Mount Lacrosse. Make your way in there and order and or buy your WIARA state apparel. We'll be there all weekend, but the shop is open. Snowboard's Giant Slalom up next. The girls will be beginning that race at 11:55. Inspection is open now with the race to commence at 11:55 this morning for the girls' Giant Slalom snowboard race. We are finishing our course inspection for the giant slalom race here this morning, this afternoon. We have the girls leading us off, followed by the boys. I do want to take a moment to thank some of our key sponsors here. We could not present this event at Mount La Crosse without the help of some very significant sponsors. We want to thank our longtime local sponsor, J.F. Brennan Company. Brennan is a family-owned and operated marine construction firm that's been making waves in environmental remediation, dam rehabilitation, commercial diving, and renewable energy initiatives. Brennan is a 7-time Great Place to Work certified business, and Brennan may be more than a century old, but they are just getting started. Dive into all that Brennan does within the La Crosse community and abroad at jfbrennan.com. Well, we are getting close to sending our first forerunner here for the girls' giant slalom snowboard race. All things are getting finalized, and the course is ready to go. And so we do have our first forerunner. Logan Boland looks like he's on course, giving our athletes a little look at how this course is going to perform. Both athletes and coaches get to have a little look at just how this is laid out here. Giant slalom, longer and faster than the slalom courses, longer turns. We're starting up at Thunderation, so it's a long course today, using all 550 vertical feet of Mount Lacrosse. Here's Logan Boland on the front pitch here as he is just forerunning this giant slalom course. Once again, gives our athletes and coaches a little look at just how this course will perform. They've had a chance to inspect it, but not at speed. This is our first forerunner number 1, Logan Boland.
And thank you to Logan. Our next forerunner is Landon Engebretson. He's from the Metro Milwaukee Southeast Snowboard Conference.
Snowboarding has been a part of this event since 2005, so 20 years we've been racing snowboards here ever since a fella named Jake Burton invented one back in the 1980s. And 50 total years of the Wisconsin State Tournament. And 65 seasons here at Mount Lacrosse. We've been open for 65 years, starting back in 1959. And in the early 60s was the heyday of ski areas in America. There was more than 1,000. We've dropped to half that number now at about 480 ski areas in the nation. We've got
our next forerunner is on course. This is Landon Engebretson.
So this course really does change texture a little bit as they come around the Thunderation run onto this White House run. There's quite a change in pitch. So you'll see our racers kind of changing their momentum as they come around these giant slalom gates. Great day for racing here at Mount Lacrosse. And that was Landon Engebretson. Our next forerunner is on course. It's Charlie Wick, and he's from Hartford, Wisconsin, on the front pitch here as he's coming towards us on the White House run. This is Charlie Wick, forerunner number 3. We do appreciate these forerunners giving us a little look at this course. That was Charlie Wick. And our last forerunner, Ava Peterson from the Cooley Alpine Racing Conference here. This is Ava Peterson, just approaching the front head wall here on the White House run. This is our fourth and final forerunner. Our number 1 racer leading us off in this event today will be our local racer, a junior from the AOWS team. We'll be having London Vanderhorst as our first racer today, and the GS bib number 458. This is Ava Peterson approaching the finish line, one of our last forerunners. And London Vanderhorst, bib 458, is on course. London had a good race here last year, 4th place in the Giant Slalom. London's dad, Jared, one of our Mount Lacrosse ski patrollers. We've been really enjoying watching London race here on the Western Conference Series throughout this last 5 weeks here at Mount Lacrosse. London Vanderhorst is on course, just approaching this front head wall.
In the start, we have bib 462, Meredith Krebs, a freshman from Hartford. And coming into view is London Vanderhorst.
London skiing on her home hill, or excuse me, boarding on her home hill here. Really making some nice turns on this GS course. London's had a great season so far. This is London Vanderhorst, and London crosses with a time of 53.29.
Our next racer is bib 462, Meredith Krebs from Hartford. She'll be followed by 489, Sydney Sarkowskis from Rhinelander Northland Pines. So this is Meredith's first time at the state meet. She's a freshman from Hartford.
Meredith Krebs at the head wall. Meredith putting a really nice consistent run together here. Her first time at Mount Lacrosse in the state championships. Our fans making some noise from Hartford. This is Meredith Krebs at the finish line, 56.72.
Now on course, bib 489, Sydney Sarkowskis, a junior from the Rhinelander Northland Pines team, racing as an individual. She'll be followed by 492, Emma Smith, a senior from Slinger. Sydney's doing a nice job on the top part of the course. And there's Sydney Sarkowskis at the head wall.
And there's our Rhinelander Northland Pines fans again, making some noise for Sydney. Sydney skiing as an individual this year.
I don't hear any cowbell yet, though. Maybe they forgot.
I have to go loan him one.
Here comes Sydney Sarkowskis to the finish. Her time is a 58.29, 58.29.
On course now is Emma Smith. Emma's a senior this year at Slinger. She did very well in this event last year, was a first place finisher in the Giant Slalom last year here at Mount Lacrosse. So let's see what Emma Smith from Slinger has got. Looks like she's putting a nice run together. Really cranking that board. Got great conditions here today at Mount Lacrosse for this Giant Slalom race. Again, first place last year. Let's see what Emma's got this year. Emma Smith at the line, 49.19. 49.19. On course next, Connie Watson from Middleton. Behind Connie will be Chloe Rummel from West Bend. Here's Connie Watson at the head wall. Connie Watson making these last few gates and making it look pretty easy. Connie Watson from Middleton, freshman this year, and her time, 56.4.
Our next racer is 484, Chloe Rummel, a senior from West Bend. We've been saying Chloe's name for the last 4 years.
Here's Chloe at the head wall. Chloe did really well in this event last year as well. She had a 5th place in the Giant Slalom. One of our top seeds here today. Chloe will be followed by Hannah Tankey from Waukesha. We're watching Chloe Rummel.
Here comes Chloe Rummel to the finish. Her time is a 56.68. Our next racer is 479, Hannah Tankey, a senior from Waukesha. And wrapping up the seed will be Kayla Strabala, a sophomore from Madison West.
Got Hannah Tankey at the head wall, just breaking over the line here.
This giant slalom course seems to be treating these athletes pretty well. It's been well designed and well laid out here by our race officials. Really getting some nice turns on this bottom flush. Again, the GS event, a little wider turn than the slalom event. We're watching Hannah Tanky from Waukesha.
Here comes Hannah to the finish. Her time is a 53.24.
On course now, Kayla Strabala. Kayla's a sophomore this year at Madison West. Kayla's just approaching the head wall, and as that transitions from Thunderation onto the White House run, these athletes really have to turn it up a notch because the pitch does change considerably.
Our next race will start off seed number 2, Peyton Oaks from Madison West, and she'll be followed by Tenny Makepeace from the AOWS squad.
Got a couple of course slippers behind this racer just to get ready for our next seed. We're watching Kayla Strabala from Madison West.
Here comes Kayla Strabala. Her time, 1.04.20.
That ends our first seed. We're getting ready for seed number 2.
And we want to thank all of our volunteers here at Mount Lacrosse, our course slippers, our gate judges, our referees, all the timing people. It takes a lot of people to make this run smoothly.
200 volunteers to make this race happen, Amy, over the weekend. That's a lot of people.
That is. And thank you again to our course slippers, our volunteers. Some of our slippers are teachers, or not teachers, they're former racers.
Peyton Oaks is on course, and she'll be followed by Tenny Makepeace from AOWS. Peyton Oaks, the leadoff snowboarder in seed number 2, a junior this year at Madison West. The scenery and the pitch does change as they hit this head wall. A whole different ball game right about now. Here's Peyton Oaks at the head wall.
And we are in our second seed of the girls' giant slalom.
Peyton really putting that board up on edge.
And in the start is 4:59, Tenny Makepeace, a senior from the Aquinas on Alaska West Salem team.
We're watching Peyton Oaks out front as she approaches the finish line. Bib 469, and Peyton turns in a time of 1.03.68. 1:03.68.
On course now is bib 459, Tenny Makepeace. And in the start is bib 491, Mackenzie McLean from Sturgeon Bay.
This is Tennyson Makepeace. Her dad, Jamie's been one of our timers throughout the Western Conference Series this year. We appreciate all his help and volunteering. This is Tennyson Makepeace. And here comes Tenny approaching the finish line. And Tennyson's time will be 57.08. 57.08.
Now on course is bib 491, Mackenzie McLean, a senior from Sturgeon Bay. And she'll be followed by 493, Maddie Slavic, a junior from Slinger. We're looking at Mackenzie McLean at the head wall. So far, this course is running really well.
A little oops there for Mackenzie. We'll see if she gets straightened back out. And she's around that red gate and on her way. Mackenzie skiing as an individual from Sturgeon Bay.
Here comes Mackenzie McLean to the finish. Mackenzie's time is a 1.19.51.
Maddie Slavic on course. Junior from Slinger. She had a top 10 finish in the giant slalom last year at this event. She's skiing in the middle of the second seed. Let's see how Maddie does. Junior from Slinger.
In the start is 461, Caitlin Scott, a senior from Hartford. And that's Maddie Slavic making her way through these gates.
And here comes Maddie Slavic from Slinger, Wisconsin. As she approaches the finish line, Maddie turns in a time of 55.68. 55.68. Caitlin Scott is on course. Caitlin will be followed by Aurora Olson, a freshman from Ashwa Bay. Here comes Caitlin Scott.
And Caitlin has bid 461. We're watching 461. Caitlin Scott, a senior from Hartford, on course. And here comes Caitlin Scott to the finish. And it looks like we had a little trouble with the wand up on top, so it looks like Caitlin Scott's going to get a rerun on that. We're going to have a slight pause here.
We do apologize for missing that time. We're going to send Caitlin back around for a re-ride. We do have Aurora Olson on course. Aurora's a freshman from Ashwa Bay.
And in the start, we have bib 485, Florine Onvley, a junior from West Bend. And approaching the headwall is bib 487, Aurora Olson from Ashwa Bay. And this is Aurora's first giant slalom here at the state meet. She is a freshman from Ashwa Bay. And here she comes, Aurora Olson to the finish. And Aurora's time, 1.14.49. Our next racer is 485, Florine Onvley, a junior from West Bend.
Just a slight delay as we reconfigure our timing system here. Just getting things set up to make sure we capture time for each racer. Just doing some quick reconfiguring here of our timing system. Be right with you.
Once again, we could not produce this event without some key sponsors. We do want to thank the folks at Gerhardt's and First Supply. Gerhardt's Kitchen, Bath, and Lighting Store by First Supply does support the WIARA State Ski Meet. They have 9 locations throughout Wisconsin. Gerhardt's is more than a showroom. It's your trusted partner for creating stunning spaces. Again, we do appreciate all that they do to make sure that this event is able to be broadcast on the internet and is able to be seen by you here on the Jumbotron. So many thanks to Gerhardt's and First Supply for their great sponsorship of this great event. And we have Florine Anvli on course, bib number 485. She's a junior this year from West Bend.
And Florine will be followed by Danica Jones from Waukesha.
Appreciate your patience while we had a little timing reconfiguration here, but we've got Florine Anvli on course. She's approaching the drop into the head wall here.
And there she is, bib 485, Florine Anvli, making her way through this GS course. We are in the second seed of the girls' GS. In the start is 478, Danica Jones from Waukesha. Here comes Florine Anvli to the finish. And Florine's time is a 59.61. On course now is 478, Danica Jones from Waukesha. She'll be followed by 475, Riley Landsverk from Middleton.
We're watching Danica Jones make her way down this course. Danica just sounds like a fast name. I think there's a race car driver named Danica.
Patrick, that's right.
This is Danica Jones, a senior this year from Waukesha. We've seen her at this tournament before. And Danica's time, 57.16, unofficial top 10 finish for Danica.
Now on course is 475, Riley Landsverk, a junior from Middleton. She'll wrap up our second seed. There's Riley at the head wall.
Following Riley will be Olivia Stiss from Hartford. Oh, Riley had a little skid out there, but she's right back on course.
And her teammates and friends and fans from Middleton are cheering Riley on. Here she comes, Riley Landsverk to the finish. And her time is a 1.03.26. Now to start off our third seed, bib 464, Olivia Stiss, a sophomore from Hartford.
And behind Olivia will be Aofi Hartshorn from Madison West. We've got Olivia Stiss out in front of us.
Bib 464, Olivia Stiss, a sophomore from Hartford, finishes. And Olivia's time is a 1.00.64.
On course now, Aofi Hartshorn from Madison West. On deck is Ava Conady from AOWS, our local racer. At the head wall, this is bib 465, Aofi Hartshorn. Just getting started with our third seed here. About 20 racers in so far. And here's Aofi at the finish line. Her time, 1.12.20.
Our next racer is 4:56, Ava Conady, a freshman from the Aquinas Onalaska West Salem team. She'll be followed by Jordis Brilla from Sturgeon Bay. And Ava Conady is now on course.
So this is Ava Conady from our local AOWS team, just at the head wall. Behind Ava will be a re-ride for bib 461, Caitlin Scott. We missed her time, and we're going to send Caitlin to get another second time. This is Ava Conady. Bib 461, Caitlin Scott has joined us at the top of the course.
And here comes Ava Conady to the finish. Her time is a 1.02.32. On course, our re-ride 461, Caitlin Scott from Hartford. Caitlin Scott doing a nice job for the second time around here. .461, Caitlin Scott from Hartford with her re-ride, and her time is a 59.06. Our next racer is bib 490, Jordis Brilla from Sturgeon Bay.
Behind Jordis will be Henriette Trimbo from Ashwa Bay.
And we're watching Jordis Brilla from Sturgeon Bay on course. And here she comes, Jordis Brilla to the finish with a time of 1.20.98. Our next racer will be 494, Kennedy Wiedmeyer. She's a sophomore from Slinger. Well, nope, it looks like Henriette is here for this race, a freshman from Ashwa Bay, bib 488.
And Kennedy Wiedmeyer will follow Henriette Trimbo, who's on course now. Henriette skiing as an individual racer from Ashwa Bay.
Here she comes, bib 488, Henriette Trimbo from Ashwa Bay, approaching the finish. And Henriette's time is a 1.22.86.
Next up, and here she is, Kennedy Wiedemeyer, who had a second place finish last year in this event, coming in here out of the third seed. Let's keep our eyes on Kennedy Wiedemeyer. She makes her way to the finish line.
And in the start is 483, Alexis Rathel from West Bend.
Kennedy is sophomore this year and turns in a time of 53.31, unofficial top 5 position at 4th. Kennedy Wiedemeyer.
On course 483, Alexis Rathel, a senior from West Bend. Rathel, I'm not sure, but she's doing a nice job on that top part of the course. Here she approaches the head wall. Alexis Rathley from West Bend.
On deck behind Alexis is Jeanette Black, a sophomore from Waukesha. And rounding out seed 3, Catherine Nelson.
Oh, shoot. Alexis took a little tumble there, but hopefully she'll be able to get back up and get a finish. And she's back. Alexis from West Bend on course. Here she comes, 483, Alexis Wraithley with a time of 1.16.96.
On course now is Jeanette Black. Jeanette is a sophomore this year from Waukesha. And on deck is Catherine Nelson.
So we're wrapping up the third seat with 2 sophomores here. This is Jeanette Black from Waukesha making her way toward the finish. And Jeanette Black finishes with a time of 1.09.91.
Here's Catherine Nelson at the head wall. Catherine, a sophomore from Middleton, rounding out our third seed.
Starting off the fourth seed will be bib 460 Haley Flaherty from Hartford.
This is Catherine Nelson from Middleton. The snow has subsided here for these racers, so they're getting good visibility at least on this course. Catherine Nelson making her way to the final couple of gates here on this GS course, and a time of 1.03.82.
And we're starting off our fourth seed with bib 460 Haley Flaherty, a junior from Hartford. Haley's at the head wall.
She'll be followed by Veda Gear from Middleton. Looks like Haley had a little spin out there. A couple racers having trouble making that transition onto the steeper pitch. Whoops, another little oops for Haley, but she's going to get up and get going. Giving us a little lesson in persistence here.
And at the head wall, we have Veda Gear. And we're watching as Haley Flaherty approaches the finish. Veda Gear at the top. Here comes Haley. Her time, 1.23.29.
Veda Gear is on course, making her way to the bottom of the course here.
Bib number 476. In
Veda.
the start, 466 Faith Line from Madison West.
This is Veda Gear in the last few gates here. And Veda crosses with a time of 1.03.14. Faith Lynn is on course. Or line.
Yeah, I'm not sure. If anybody wants to correct us, we'll take it. In the start is 477 Charlie Bentfield, a freshman from Waukesha. At the head wall, we're watching Faith Line from Madison West.
On deck behind Faith is Charlie Bentfield.
Here comes bib 466, Faith Line, with a time of 1.10.26.
Charlie Bentfield working her way towards the head wall. On deck behind her is J.C. Erickson.
At the head wall, 477, Charlie Bentfield, a freshman from Waukesha. We're in our fourth seed of the girls' snowboard GS.
This is Charlie Bentfield approaching the finish line. And Charlie turns in a time of 1.20.83.
Our next racer is 457, J.C. Erickson, a junior from the Aquinas on Alaska West Salem team. And there's J.C. at the head wall. In the start is 495 Claire Schmidt from Slinger.
JC has also earned the acronym YAP, Y-A-P, Young Adult Patroller. She's learning to be a ski patroller here at Mount Lacrosse. This is JC Erickson.
Here comes JC Erickson to the finish. And JC's time is a 1.07.72. Now on course, bib 495, Claire Schmidt from Slinger.
Behind Claire will be Addison Teresik from West Bend. We're watching Claire Schmidt out front on the head wall. Gorgeous day for racing here at Mount Lacrosse. Claire looks like she's having a pretty nice run here. And here's bib 495, Claire Schmidt, 1.00.32.
And wrapping up our fourth seed is bib 482, Addison Teresik, a junior from West Bend, on course.
After the girls' giant slalom, we'll be resetting and just cleaning up the course a little bit and sending our boys through this very same course. This is bib 482, Addison Teresik from West Bend.
And starting off our fifth seed will be bib 470, Adeline Wallensian from Middleton.
This is Addison Teresik. Last couple of gates here on this giant slalom course. And Addison crosses with a time of 1.03.28.
Our next racer is 470, Adeline Wallensian from Middleton. And she is on course.
Once again, thank you to all you folks wearing yellow vests out there. We couldn't do it without you. Referees, course marshals, volunteers, all. We appreciate it, making this event run as smoothly and effectively as we can. We've got Adeline Wollenzine on course.
In the start is 463, Olivia Doyne from Hartford. Here she comes, bib 470, Adeline Wollenzine. Her time, 1.15.67. Now on course, we have bib number 463, Olivia Doyne from Hartford.
She'll be followed by another Olivia Strupp, junior from Slinger. We've got Olivia Doyne out front. A little oops for Olivia there, but she's going to get right back up and get at it.
Here she comes, bib 463, Olivia Doyne, making her way toward the finish. And there's Olivia Doyne finishing with a 1.16.87. The other Olivia is making her way through the course, Olivia Strupp from Slinger. Bib 496, Olivia Strupp from Slinger, finishing with a nice time of 48.54. 48.54.
That puts Olivia unofficially in the #1 spot here.
On course is 468. Lila Schultz, a freshman from Madison West. And we are in the fifth seed of our girls' GS. Bib 468, Lila Schultz, a freshman from Madison West, on course. She'll be followed by bib 481, Melanie Bentfield from Waukesha. And there's Lila Schultz at the head wall. We have 5 GS racers for the ladies left, and we'll continue with the boys after a little course cleanup. This is Lila Schultz on course.
And we're watching Lila Schultz at the finish line with a time of 1.34.89.
Our next racer is 481. Melanie Bentfield from Waukesha. She'll be followed by one of our local racers, 455, Anna Mua from the Aquinas, Alaska West Salem team. Out in front of us is Melanie Bentfield from Waukesha. And approaching the finish area is 481, Melanie Bentfield. And Melanie's time is a 1.16.54.
This is Anna Mua at the head wall. Anna, a local racer. She's had a great season in the Western Conference Series. We're watching bib 455, Anna Mua.
She'll be followed by 486, Taylor Calloway from West Bend.
This is Anna Mua. And Anna turns in a time of 1.01.93.
Now on course is bib 486, Taylor Calloway, a sophomore from West Bend.
On deck behind Taylor, Gracelyn Ware from Slinger.
There's Taylor Calloway at the head wall. Taylor will be wrapping up our fifth seed of the girls' GS. Here she comes. Taylor Calloway to the finish. Taylor's time is a 1.11.97.
Up next is bib 474, Nora Cool from Middleton. This is Nora on course now. No, it's not. It's Gracelyn. Sorry.
That's okay. Gracelyn Wire from Slinger on course. And then we'll have Nora Cool from Middleton. Here comes Gracelyn Wire to the finish. Her time, 1.00.69. Our final racer for the ladies, 474, Nora Cool from Middleton, is now on course.
Once again, once we finish up the girls' giant slalom, we'll be moving into the boys after we just freshen up this course a little bit, get everyone in position. We'll be leading off with the boys' snowboard giant slalom racers. This is Nora Cool at the head wall.
Here comes bib 474, Nora Cool from Middleton, approaching the finish. And Nora's time is a 1.10.79.
And that wraps it up for our girls' giant slalom snowboarders. We'll get ready with the boys here in just a few moments. Appreciate all you fans making some noise and encouraging these great athletes as they're having a great day here racing at Mount Lacrosse. We'll be with you in a moment.
One more shout out to one of our great sponsors. We'd like to thank TrustPoint. For more than 100 years, TrustPoint has provided specialized financial services, including financial planning, investment management, trusts, and corporate 401k accounts to individuals, families, and businesses that value integrity, personalized service, and expertise. TrustPoint is dedicated to helping you realize your dreams and lay the groundwork for your future and the legacy that you envision. Your future is in their history, and visit trustpointinc.com to learn more. Our first racer for the boys this afternoon will be Ben Johnston, a junior from Waukesha. On deck behind Ben will be Charles Head, a junior from our local Logan Central team. And our first racer, Ben Johnston, is on course, bib 434. Here comes the boys, Giant Slalom Snowboarders.
Oh, yeah.
And here he comes. Ben Johnston is out in front of us. Ben, a junior this year in Waukesha. This is Ben Johnston making his way to the finish line. And Ben turns in a time of 55.93. 55.93. Charles Head is up next. He's a junior this year. And behind Charles will be Luke Croft, a freshman at Wausau West, skiing as an individual. Snowboarding as an individual.
And it looks like
which event we're at here.
Charles Head had a little bit of trouble at that red gate, but he's up and at him. Bib number 415, Charles Head on course. And bib 454, Luke Croft is in the start. And we're watching Charles Head, a junior from the Logan Central Providence team, as he approaches the finish. And Charles' time is a 1.07.85. Our next racer is 454, Luke Croft, a freshman from Wausau West. In the start, it was 498, Jacob Lishka, a junior from Slinger. Here comes Luke Croft, clearing the head wall nicely. And we have just begun the boys Boarder Giant Slalom race here at Mount Lacrosse. Here comes Luke Croft to the finish. And Luke's time is a 1.06.85. On the course now, we have bib 498, Jacob Lishka from Slinger. Jacob Lishka cruising through these last few gates with a nice time of 51.28, 51.28 for Jacob Lishka. Our next racer is 433, Soren Dumar, a junior from Rhinelander Northern Pines. Soren is approaching the head wall.
Soren will be followed by Bodie Calloway, a local racer who did very well in this event last year. But let's keep our eyes on Soren Dumar.
Well, Soren had a little tumble, but he's back and looking to get a team finish. Here comes bib 433, Soren Dumar from Rhinelander Northern Pines. And Soren finishes with a time of 58.90. Our next racer is Bodie Calloway, a senior from the Aquinas, Unalaska West Salem team. Here he comes.
Bodie wrapped this event up last year, #1 in the Giant Slalom last year. So let's see what he's got this year. He's looking for a three-peat. As you know, he was our combined winner as well. So we're going to keep our eyes on Bodie Calloway as he approaches this head wall, making really quick work of this bottom pitch here. This is Bodie Calloway. Brother Cooper, one of our coaches here at the lacrosse snowboard team, and this is Bodie Calloway at the line, 42.42.
A great run from Bodie Calloway. Our next racer is 420, Connor Scrum from Madison West, and he'll be followed by Gavin Schaubel from West Bend. It seems like we might be waiting for a little panel repair, that blue gate. As long as we have some time, how about Quick Trip is a proud sponsor of the WIARA Ski and Snowboard Championships. Are you hungry? Look no further. Food's here. Stop into Quick Trip for hot, delicious appetizers and hearty meals, ready when you are. Whether it's a quick snack or a full meal, Quick Trip is your go-to for fresh and flavor-packed food. Fuel your day with quality taste. Let Quick Trip make your day easier and better.
We'll see you next time.
Yeah, exactly. And another sponsor, American Family Insurance, Ryan Schultz and Associates. Ryan Schultz and Associates of American Family Insurance is a local agency dedicated to serving the insurance needs of families and businesses and is a proud sponsor of the 2025 Wisconsin State Meet. And he is my insurance guy. Thank you, Ryan, and your staff. You're awesome. And a quick shout out to Dahl Automotive. Dahl Automotive keeps people moving.
We have Connor Scrum on course after some panel repair. Connor making his way down the top part of the Thunderation course as he breaks onto the head wall here on the White House course. We've got Connor Scrum, a senior this year from Madison West, making his way down the course. On deck behind Connor, Gavin Schaubel. Connor Scrum coming into view. Connor's got a true fan base here, making a lot of noise. Some Madison fans making it happen here. This is Connor Scrum charging the finish line and turning in a time of 50.97, unofficially in the #2 spot. Gavin Schaubel up next. He had a 6th place finish in this event last year. Let's see what Gavin has got today as he approaches the head wall. Here's Gavin Schaubel.
He'll be followed by
Gavin
413.
had a little trouble there at the red gate, but he's up and moving.
Oh, shoot. Oh, if he has to hike to get around that.
Gavin may have to go up and around that red gate to get a legit time here, and then we'll have a little course panel repair as well.
Waiting in on the start is 413 Mason Weimer from Hartford. We are still in the first seed of the boys' Boarder Giant Slalom, and Gavin is back on course.
Gavin Schaubel back on course. Again, he had a good finish last year. We'll be seeing more of Gavin throughout the weekend. A big transition there. This is Gavin Schauble at the finish line, and Gavin's time 1.12.79.
Our next racer is 413, Mason Weimer, a senior from Hartford. We have a slight pause to do a little panel repair.
And racer 413 is on course. That is Mason Weimer. Mason had a good finish in this event last year. He was a second place finisher in the Giant Slalom at the state tournament last year. So Mason is one to watch. On deck behind Mason, Sam Anderson. We're watching Mason Weimer, a senior this year from Hartford. And Mason comes across the finish line with a time of 49.04, unofficial number 2 spot for Mason Weimer.
Our next racer is bib 445, Samuel Anderson, a senior from Wanakee.
On deck behind Sam, Doug Watson, a junior from Middleton. At the head wall, this is Sam Anderson. Really see the angulation on that board as he really cranks it up on edge, both heel side and toe side as he comes around those gates. This is Sam Anderson heading to the finish line. Sam turns in a time of 57 even, 57.0.
And wrapping up our first seed is bib 425, Doug Watson, a junior from Middleton. And Doug is on course.
Behind Doug will be a local racer, Will Bacastun. This is Doug Watson. And Doug Watson at the finish line, and Doug's time 58.18. Top 10 finish unofficially for Doug.
Starting out our second seed is bib 407, Will Bacastun, a senior from the Aquinas, Onalaska West Salem team. And there's Will at the head wall.
He had a little slip out there, but he stood it right back up. Just knocking panels off left and right there. It shows you how close he's going to that panel. We're watching Will Bacastun, senior this year, and Will's time 48 even, unofficial top 2 position, or number 2 position for Will Bacastun.
On course now is 499, Evan Kroening, a freshman from Slinger. There's Evan at the head wall. In the start is 429, Tyler Erickson, a sophomore from Middleton. And we're watching Evan Kroening make his way through this course. Here he comes, Evan Kroening, finishing with a 56.23.
Nice run for Evan, unofficial top 10 position as well.
And our next racer is now on course. This is Tyler Erickson from Middleton.
Tyler will be followed by Marshall Durkee from Rhinelander Northern Pines. At the head wall, we've got Tyler Erickson working his way onto the course. As I mentioned earlier, the pitch really changes when they come off the top portion of this course and onto the lower half. So a completely different trajectory for these athletes to figure out and adjust their style. We're watching Tyler Erickson. And Tyler turns in a time of 58.23.
Our next racer is 4:31, Marshall Durkee, a sophomore from the Rhinelander Northern Pines team. And there he is at the head wall. That's Marshall Durkee.
Marshall had a little slide out there, but he stood it right up. This is Marshall Durkee. Another little tip over, but he's continuing on.
In the start is Maxwell Wills from the Logan Central Providence team, but we're looking at Marshall Durkee as he makes his way toward the finish. And Marshall's time is a 54.69, 54.69.
On course next will be Max Wills. Max is a sophomore this year at La Crosse Central High School. Max's dad, Travis, a ski patroller here at Mount La Crosse.
There's Max at the head wall. In the start, we have Gavin Albrecht from Hartford.
Speaking of ski patrol, I'd like to put a shout out to the Mount La Crosse Ski Patrol and all they do this weekend to make this happen. Bunch of hardworking men and women out there making sure our athletes and guests are safe. Put in a lot of behind-the-scenes time to make this event happen. We've got Max Wills on course. And Max comes across the line with a time of 1.04.73.
Our next racer is 409, Gavin Albrecht, a senior from Hartford. Gavin's at the head wall, picking up some speed there.
Gavin will be followed by Dominic Benfield.
Gavin got it back under control as he approaches the finish. And Gavin's time is a 51.73.
Nice time for Gavin. Finishes unofficially in the top 10 so far.
Dominic Benfield from Waukesha is now on course. And he will be followed by Will Kaiser from West Bend. There's Dominic Benfield, bib 437, a senior from Waukesha, at the head wall. Bib 437, Dominic Benfield on course. Will Kaiser in the start. And here he is, 437, Dominic Benfield, finishing with a 59.54. On course, 451, Will Kaiser, a senior from West Bend.
Behind Will be Arthur Stern from Madison West. We're watching Will Kaiser.
Wrapping up our second seed with some seniors here. Will Kaiser, and then Arthur Stern and Cole Gasco. Here comes Will Kaiser toward the finish. Will's time is a 58.97. Next up is bib 419, Arthur Stern, a senior from Madison West.
Here's Arthur Stern at the head wall.
And we're watching Arthur Stern make his way through this GS course. In the start is bib 442, Cole Gasco from Wanakee. Here comes Arthur Stern to the finish. And his time is a 1.01.95.
Behind Arthur Stern, Cole Gasco is on course. He's a senior this year at Wanakee, bib 442. Behind Cole, on deck is Alex Mickelson from Wanakee. We're watching Cole Gasco at the head wall. Like to put out a hello and a welcome to all of you that are joining us on the internet, watching this in the comfort of your own home out there. We've already had a message from our friends in British Columbia who are watching the race, shouting out to Pete and Diane Rom, who texted to say hello from British Columbia as they're watching this race live there. And at the finish line, we've got Cole Gashko, his time 1.00.95.
And that wraps up our second seed of the Boarders GS. Up next, we have bib 440, Alex Mickelson from Wanakee on
Alex
course.
is at the head wall, making his way down, a junior from Wanakee this year.
In the gate, we have Camden Kostrova, a freshman from Rhinelander Northern Pines. We're looking at Alex Mickelson, a junior from Wanakee on course and approaching the finish. Here comes Alex. His time is a 1.02.43. Our next racer is bib 430, Camden Kostrova from the Rhinelander Northern Pines team
And
at the
here's
head wall.
Camden at the head wall. He'll be followed by Lars Wubben from Middleton. Camden skiing for Rhinelander Northland Pines. Or Northern Pines.
I know, last year it was Northland.
It was. It's Northern. This is Camden Kostrova on course. Making his debut here at the state finals. Camden turns in a time of 59.93.
Up next is 427, Lars Wubben from Middleton. He's at the head wall. He'll be followed by 452, Lincoln Westman from Ashwa Bay. Ooh, Lars caught a little panel there, but bounced right back.
Got Lars Wubben on course.
And this is it. He's a senior from Middleton, making his way to the finish. And Lars's time is a 57.35. Our next racer is 452, Lincoln Westman, a junior from Ashwa Bay.
He's skiing as an individual, and he'll be followed by Kurt Merkline from Hartford.
Oh, Lincoln having a little trouble up on top. Unfortunately, it looks like Lincoln is going to be a did not finish. Our next racer is 412, Kurt Merkline from Hartford.
Just a slight delay while we repair a couple of panels there. We'll hold these racers up until the course is ready to go. Once again, an example of all of our hard-working volunteers out there making sure this race runs efficiently and safely. Do appreciate all they do. Kurt Merkline is on course.
And Kurt is a freshman from Hartford. He'll be followed by another freshman, bib 500, Preston Schellinger from Slinger.
Kurt Merkline at the head wall. Again, making his debut appearance at the state finals. We're watching Kurt Merkline approach the finish line, and Kurt's time 53.88, inside the top 10 unofficially for Kurt.
Now on course is Preston Schellinger, a freshman from Slinger. He will be followed by Max Dahlberg from West Bend, and that's Preston at the head wall. We are in our third seed of the Boarder Giant Slalom. Looking at Preston Schellinger.
Preston had a little oops there on the blue gate. Looks like he's cleared to go.
Here comes Preston to the finish, and his time is a 1.05.34.
At the head wall is Max Dahlberg, a sophomore from West Bend. Behind Max, Braxton Wickchick from AOWS.
We're looking at Max Dahlberg, a sophomore from West Bend, on course. Here comes Max Dahlberg to the finish. And Max's time is a 1.01.06. Bib 402, Braxton Witzik, a freshman from the Aquinas on Alaska West Salem team, is now on course and at the head wall. We're watching Braxton Witzik on course.
Behind Braxton will be 439, Peter Murin from Waukesha. This is Braxton Witzik from AOWS, a local racer, 104.25 for Braxton.
Now on course is 439, Peter Murin, a senior from Waukesha.
He's at the head wall, and on deck behind him is Wesley Olson, a freshman from Logan Central. This is Peter Murin.
Here comes bib 439, Peter Murin, a senior from Waukesha, finishing up. And Peter's time is a 1.09.47.
Wesley Olson's up next. He's at the head wall.
And Wesley is a freshman from the Logan Central Providence team.
On deck behind Wesley, Kobe Reeson from Slinger.
And we're watching Wesley Olson on course. Here he comes, last few gates. And Wesley's time is a 1.08.08.
Kobe Reeson is on course. He's at the head wall, a senior this year from Slinger. On deck behind him, a local boarder, Carter Fortin.
And we are in our fourth seed of the boys' giant slalom. We're looking at Kobe Reeson from Slinger, bib 501.
And here comes Kobe to the finish line. Kobe's time, 59.51.
Next up is 404, Carter Fortune, a senior from the Aquinas on Alaska West Salem team. He'll be followed by 438, Marcus Kotalik from Waukesha. Here's Carter making his way through the top portion of the course, and here he comes over the head wall. Bib number 404, Carter Fortune, on course. And here comes bib 404, Carter Fortune, making his way toward the finish. And Carter's time is a 1.04.31. Up next is bib 438, Marcus Kotalik, a junior from Waukesha.
On deck behind Marcus, Owen Sarkowskis from Rhinelander Northern Pines.
And that's Marcus Kotalik at the head wall.
We're watching Marcus Kotalik in the final few turns here at the finish line. Marcus's time, 1.03.59.
Now on course is bib 432, Owen Sarkowskis, a freshman from the Rhinelander Northern Pines team.
On deck behind Owen is Theodore Clay from Middleton.
And that's Owen at the head wall. here comes Owen Sarkowskis from the Rhinelander Northern Pines team, and his fans are cheering him on. His time is a 1.05.72.
Theodore Clay is up next. Behind Theodore will be Quinn Benedict. Theodore Clay is at the head wall, a senior this year at Middleton, bib 428.
And we're watching bib 428, Theodore Clay from Middleton on course. In the start is 450, Quinn Benedict from West Bend. Here comes Theodore to the finish. His time is a 1.01.78.
Quinn Benedict is on course. On deck behind Quinn, Oliver Nix.
We're watching Quinn Benedict, a senior from West Bend, approach the finish. Quinn's time is a 58.30. Up next is 417, Oliver Nix, a junior from the Logan Central Providence team. And Oliver is at the head wall.
Oliver will be followed by Caden Olson from Wanakee. This is Oliver Nix. All of these boarders had to qualify for this race at several conference races throughout the state, one of which was held here at Mount Lacrosse, the Western Series. Whoops, there's a little slide for Oliver, but he's back on course.
Here comes 417, Oliver Nix to the finish. And Oliver's time is a 1.13.69.
Next racer looks like bib 408, Abram Wittig.
Nope.
Whoops, sorry. We got Caden Olson first, then we're going to go to Abram Wittig. Sorry about that. This is Caden Olson from Wanakee.
Here comes Caden Olson from Wanakee finishing with a time of 1.04.84.
And this is bib 408, Abram Wittig from Hartford. He's a senior. Behind Abram will be Conair Doherty from West Bend. We've got eyes on Abram Wittig from Hartford. Little slide there, but he's back up.
Here comes Abram Wittig, a senior from Hartford, with a time of 1.02.72. And Abram finishes up our fourth seed. Starting off our fifth seed is 447, Conair Doherty, a sophomore from West Bend. And there's
Conair
Connor.
is here at the head wall with a little slide on that red gate, but he's back on course. He did clear that gate. We're watching Conair Doherty.
Our next racer will be 411, Hudson Riddle from Hartford. Here is Connor Doherty from West Bend finishing. And Connor's time is a 1.03.98. Our next racer, bib 411, Hudson Riddle, a sophomore from Hartford. And
Hudson kind of slid over that head wall, but looks like he stood it right back up.
that's probably how I would get over
And that's
that
a big
head wall.
transition. It goes from not so steep to real steep real quick. We're watching Hudson Riddle.
In the start is 403, Cameron Gage from the Aquinas on Alaska West Salem team. Here comes Hudson Riddle, bib 411 from Hartford. And Hudson's time is a 1.03.11. Next up is bib 403, Cameron Gage, a senior from the Aquinas, Alaska West Salem team.
On deck behind Cameron, Braden Saminsky from Waukesha.
Looks like Cameron had a little trouble on the top part of the course, but he's back in action right now. Bib 403, Cameron Gage on course.
We're watching Cameron Gage at the head wall.
Here comes Cameron Gage to the finish. His time, a 1.23.70.
Braden Saminsky up next.
And Braden's a freshman from Waukesha. He'll be followed by another freshman, Lee Landon from Slinger.
Braden Saminsky at the head wall. Getting into the middle of our 5th seed here. Right around 60 total racers, it looks like. Yeah, about 60 racers, give or take. 40 for the girls, 60 for the boys, so 100 snowboarders here at the finals. One of the largest high school events in the nation here at Mount Lacrosse. We're watching Braden Saminsky, a freshman from Waukesha. Braden's time, 1.09.29.
At the head wall is our next racer, bib 502, Lee Landon from Slinger.
Lee will be followed by Merrick Zappa from Wanakee.
And Lee Landon, a freshman from Slinger, doing a nice job on this GS course. Here comes Lee Landon to the finish. And Lee's time is a 1.00.45. Our next racer is 444, Merrick Zappa, a sophomore from Wanakee.
Behind Merrick, Jack Nielsen from Middleton. This is Merrick Zappa at the head wall. 20 years of snowboard racing here at Mount Lacrosse, since 2005 apparently. 2003 it was a demonstration sport, and it finally made the cut in 2005. 20 years of watching these snowboarders race down the beautiful slopes of Mount Lacrosse. Mark Zappa from Wanakee crosses with a time of 1.05.12.
And wrapping up the 5th seed is bib 426, Jack Nielsen, a junior from Middleton, and that's Jack at the head wall.
On deck behind Jack will be Keegan Adams from Slinger.
We're looking at Jack Nielsen, bib 426, making his way through this course. Here he comes. Jack Nielsen finishing with a time of 1.05.55. Starting off our 6th seed, bib 503, Keegan Adams, a sophomore from Slinger, and that's Keegan at the head wall.
Behind Keegan, Matthew Jackson, a sophomore from the AOWS team. We're watching Keegan Adams out front.
Here he comes, bib 503, Keegan Adams from Slinger to the finish. And Keegan's time is a 57.47.
On course next is Matthew Jackson, a sophomore, local snowboard racer. On deck, Isaac Schultz. Matthew Jackson at the head wall.
In the start is 4:43, Isaac Schultz, a junior from Wanakee. Matthew Jackson having a little bit of trouble at that blue gate, but he's back up and back on course. Here comes bib 405, Matthew Jackson to the finish. His time is a 1.13.34.
At the head wall is Isaac Schultz, junior from Wanakee. On deck, Casey Chmielewski from Waukesha. Looks like Isaac had a little oops there, but he's back on course.
We are in our 6th seed of the Boarder Giant Slalom, looking at Isaac Schultz on course. In the start, 4:36, Casey Chmielewski, a freshman from Waukesha.
We've got Isaac Schultz approaching the finish line, and Isaac turns in a time of 1.15.37.
Now on course, 4:36, Casey Chmielewski from Waukesha.
Behind Casey, Braden Reeson from Middleton. This is Casey at the head wall.
Casey's doing a nice job, making good turns here. Bib 4:36, Casey Chmielewski from Waukesha. Here comes Casey to the finish. Casey's time is a 1.12.27. Now on course is 4:23, Braden Reeson, a sophomore from Middleton, and he is at the head wall. He'll be followed by 4:14, Max Weimer from Hartford.
We're watching Braden Reeson on course. Looks like the flat light might be lightening just a little bit out there for these racers. A little better visibility than earlier. We've got Braden Reeson on course. And Braden comes across the finish line and turns in a time of 1.06.81.
Our final boarder for the Giant Slalom is bib 4:14, Max Weimer, a junior from Hartford. He is now on course.
Got Max Weimer at the head wall. Max, our final racer for the boys Giant Slalom. Course looks like it's holding up pretty well with 60-plus racers. Actually 100. There was 40 girls first. So this is Max Weimer. Or Weimer. A little wobble there, but he's back on it. And Max comes across the line at 54.09, inside the top 10 unofficially for Max Weimer from Hartford. And that looks like it wraps it up, folks. For our whoop, we have one more racer.
It looks like we're back on schedule here. We're going to start our slalom, girls slalom inspection at 2:30. So we've got a little break right now, and we'll do slalom inspection from 2:30 to 2:55. Slalom will begin at 3 o'clock, starting with the girls and followed by the boys. It's a White House start. And so far, so good. Rich Rice, and I'm Amy Schwartz, and thank you again to all of our volunteers for helping us out. And thank you to our photographer, too, Steve Davis, on the course, taking beautiful pictures. And you can check him out at Aperture by Steve Davis.
Quick shout out to one of our sponsors. Darylyn Power is proud to be a supporter of the 2025 WIARA State Ski and Snowboard Championships, and they'd like to wish all the athletes good luck this weekend.
This one, Grandpa.
What are you drawing?
I draw me walking a dog if I had a dog.
Where's my donut?
I have no idea.
I like your drawings.
Thank you.
At Gerhard's, we're devoted to simplifying your shopping experience with personalized service, high-quality products, and a seamless journey from vision to reality. Hi, I'm Katie Paling Seymour, a proud Midwest native and fifth-generation leader. These little stars represent the next generation of Gerhard's, carrying forward our legacy. Find your inspiration at Gerhard's Kitchen, Bath, and Lighting Store by First Supply, where tradition meets innovation.
Red 25.
You're going down.
It's a hut.
Life's better when you're under our roof.
I'm open.
Go deep.
Because you'll feel totally protected.
We're number one.
Also, your family can pursue their dreams. Bundle life and save up to 25% on home and auto. American Family Insurance.
Welcome to the 2025 Wisconsin State High School Ski Championships. We are the Arrowhead Ski Team.
We would like to take this opportunity to congratulate the teams who are here, competing, and to wish all the athletes good luck this weekend at state.
Thank you to WIARA and Mount Lacrosse for making this state championship a memorable event.
Ski Pass!
Amidst the vibrant energy and deep connection within our community, Gerhardt's Kitchen, Bath, and Lighting Store by First Supply stands as a place for inspiration. These little stars represent the next generation of Gerhardts, carrying forward our legacy. Hi, I'm Katie Paling Seymour, a proud Midwest native and fifth-generation leader. At Gerhardt's, we're devoted to simplifying your shopping experience with personalized service, high-quality products, and a seamless journey from vision to reality. Find your inspiration at Gerhardt's Kitchen, Bath, and Lighting Store by First Supply, where tradition meets innovation.
Dan Nagy grew up racing at Osplick and later skied at St. Olaf College, and then he coached at Holy Hill. He left behind two wonderful kids, McKenna and Drew, as well as his wife Colleen. These two amazing guys, Derek and Dan, are remembered not for their skiing or the schools they attended or the jobs that they had. Rather, they're remembered for the impact that they had on others' lives. Both Dan and Derek had the amazing ability to make others laugh and to stay positive no matter how cold or how hard or how deep the ruts are. Dan and Derek, we miss you. I hope this event will inspire this group of friends to enjoy life and the camaraderie of ski racing the way you guys always did. We'll do a quick moment of silence and then our national anthem. Have a great race!
The Nagy Memorial Ski Race here at beautiful Mount Lacrosse. A little bit better weather today. We're still spreading salt. We're still making the conditions right for the race. We're hoping for a great competition at the United States Ski and Snowboard largest race in the United States. We're going to have a good time.
Yeah. So the plan is 5, 4, 3,
11 on, 13 in the gate.
The slalom race had no DQs to report. The GS race had no DQs to report.
I say this year after year, but it's so true. Ski racing is like no other sport. We travel together, we train together, we push each other, we freeze together, and yet our fiercest competitors can be our closest friends. The winner of the 2024 Dan Nagy Memorial is Stella Stinnett.
That's a wonderful picture, Tony.
Overall 2024 Dan Nagy Memorial winner, Ethan Ross. Ski racing friends, like Bill said, are friends for life. You all you racers here have the ability to have that sort of impact on each other and on your community, just like Derek and Dan did. Dan and Derek, we miss you. I hope this event will inspire this group of friends to enjoy life and the camaraderie of ski racing the way you guys always did.
Red 25.
You're going down.
It's a hut.
Life's better when you're under our roof.
I'm open.
Go deep.
Because you'll feel totally protected.
We're number 1. Yeah.
Also, your family can pursue their dreams.
Some final
Bundle life and
preparations are
save
in
up to
place as we
25%
get
on
the
home and
course
auto.
ready for
American
the
Family
next event
Insurance.
here, which will be our girls' snowboard slalom race. Getting all our course officials in place and some final preparation as we're getting ready to run some forerunners. Again, the forerunners will allow our athletes and coaches to get a little look at how this run will perform. It's a short, quick slalom course today, starting at the White House start. We will be able to see the entire run from the base here, so should be some really exciting snowboarding coming up.
Thank you to WIARA and Mount Lacrosse for making this state championship a memorable event.
Ski mask!
I'd like to take a moment to thank another one of our sponsors, Fowler and
Amidst
Hammer,
the vibrant
provided
energy
the
and deep
Tri-State region
connection
with
within our
professional
community,
commercial construction
Gerhardt's
services
Kitchen, Bath, and Lighting Store
since
by First Supply
1963.
stands as a place for inspiration.
Fowler and Hammer's experience dedicated
These
to
little stars
professional
represent the
services
next
include
generation of
general
Gerhardts,
construction,
carrying forward our legacy.
management, design,
Hi, I'm
build,
Katie
and
Paling
facility
Seymour,
maintenance.
a proud Midwest
From
native and
pre-construction
fifth-generation
planning
leader.
through project completion,
At
Fowler
Gerhardt's,
and
we're
Hammer is
devoted to
dedicated
simplifying your
providing
shopping
exceptional work
experience.
at great value.
With personalized service,
Again, our thanks to
high-quality
Fowler and
products, and a
Hammer for
seamless
being a
journey
great
from
sponsor
vision
of
to
the
reality.
WIARA Ski and Snowboard Racing event.
Find your inspiration
Also,
at Gerhardt's
Alpine.
Kitchen, Bath, and Lighting Store by
Soul
First
Alpine
Supply,
Performance
where tradition
Optics
meets
is a proud
innovation.
sponsor of the WIARA State Championships and also sponsors the United States Snowboard Racing Team. They'd like to congratulate all
Dan
the racers at
Nagy
the state championships.
Grew up
Soul
racing at
Alpine.
Osplick and later skied at St. Olaf College, and then he coached at Holy Hill. He left behind 2 wonderful kids, McKenna and Drew, as well as his wife Colleen. These 2 amazing guys, Derek and Dan, are remembered not for their skiing or the schools they attended or the jobs that they had. Rather, they're remembered for the impact that they had on others' lives. Both Dan and Derek had the amazing ability to make others laugh and to stay positive no matter how cold or how hard or how deep the ruts are. Dan and Derek, we miss you. I hope this event will inspire this group of friends to enjoy life and the camaraderie of ski racing the way you guys always did. We'll do a quick moment of silence and then our national anthem. Thanks, everybody. Have a great race.
Day 2 of the Nagy Memorial Ski Race here at beautiful Mount Lacrosse. A little bit better weather today. We're still spreading salt. We're still making the conditions right for the race. We're hoping for a great competition at the United States Ski and Snowboard largest race in the United States. We're going to have a good time.
Yeah. So the plan is 5, 4, 3,
11 on, 13 in the gate.
We'd like to take just a moment to thank our race administrators Kathy Freist and Christy Cook.
I say this year after year, but it's so true. Ski racing is like no other
Tomorrow,
sport.
the chief of race for ski will be Steve Mickelson.
We travel together, we train
Our
together,
technical delegate
we push
is Marcy
each other,
Iverson.
we freeze together.
And our
And yet,
Wisconsin
we're fierce
All-State Ski
competitors.
and Snowboard team
Be
director
our
is Rod
closest
Olson.
friends.
Meet production is being handled by PT Timing Interstate Explorer Lacrosse.
Tony.
Timing has been handled by Scott Finch and Jason Tepp. And we have
Ski racing friends, like Bill said, are friends for life. You all you racers here have the ability to have that sort of impact on each other and on your community, just like Derek and Dan did. Dan and Derek, we miss you. I hope this event will inspire this group of friends to enjoy life and the camaraderie of ski racing the way you guys always did.
This one, Grandpa.
What are you drawing?
I draw me walking a dog if I had a dog.
Where's my donut?
I have no idea.
I like your drawings.
Thank you.
At Gerhardt's, we're devoted to simplifying your shopping experience with personalized service, high-quality products, and a seamless journey from vision to reality. Hi, I'm Katie Paling Seymour, a proud Midwest native and fifth-generation leader. These little stars represent the next generation of Gerhardt's, carrying forward our legacy. Find your inspiration at Gerhardt's Kitchen, Bath, and Lighting Store by First Supply, where tradition meets innovation.
Here comes Mackenzie McLean to the finish, and Mackenzie's time is a 44.41. Up next is Maddie Slavic from Slinger. She is on course. And we're looking at 493, Maddie Slavic, a junior from Slinger, make her way to the finish. Here she comes. Maddie's time is a 35.50. Our next racer is 485, Florine Onvli, a junior from West Bend. Here we go. Florine Onvli is now on course. She'll be followed by 469 Peyton Oaks from Madison West. And we are approaching the end of our second seed of the girls' slalom. We're looking at Florine Onvli on course. Bib 485, Florine Onvli finishes with a time of 42.38. At the top of the course is Peyton Oaks from Madison West. She'll be followed by Danica Jones from Waukesha.
We're watching Peyton Oaks on course.
Bib 469, Peyton Oaks, a junior from Madison West, approaching the finish. And Peyton's time is at 42.37. And now our final racer in Seed 2, Danica Jones from Waukesha.
Danica had a pretty good run last year on the slalom course. She got a 7th place in the slalom event at this event last year. So we'll see what she's got here out of the bottom of the second seed. This is Danica Jones.
Danica looks good. Danica finishes with a time of 36.64.
Next up, Henriette Trimbo, bib 488. She's a freshman from Ashwa Bay.
In the start is bib 465, Aofe Hartshorn from Madison West. Henriette had a little tumble there, but she's going to get back up.
Okay, I just got another message from someone else that says they don't have audio at home.
And Henriette Trimbo is on course. A freshman from Ashwa Bay. Bib 488, Henriette Trimbo finishes with a time of 58.61. Now on course is bib number 465, Aofe Hartshorn from Madison West. In the start is Olivia Sties from Hartford.
We're watching Aofe Hartshorn, a freshman from Madison, make her way down the last few gates of this girls' slalom course. And Aofe's time is 46.02, 46.02.
Making her way down the course is 464, Olivia Sties from Hartford. She'll be followed by 480, Jeanette Black from Waukesha. We're looking at Olivia Sties. Bib 464, Olivia Stiles is making her way to the finish. And her time is a 37.92. At the top of the course is 480, Jeanette Black from Waukesha. And in the start is Ava Conity, a freshman from the AOWS squad. In front of us is Jeanette Black from Waukesha. And Jeanette is a sophomore at Waukesha.
And Jeanette Black works her way to the finish line and turns in a time of 46.49.
At the top of the course is 456, Ava Conity, a freshman from Aquinas, Onalaska, West Salem.
Behind Ava will be Jordis Brilla from Sturgeon Bay. We're watching Ava Conity. Ava making some nice turns here at the finish line, and Ava's time 37.11, inside of an unofficial top 10 finish for Ava.
Now on course is bib 490, Jordis Brilla from Sturgeon Bay.
Jordis had a little slip there, but she's right back up on course.
She'll be followed by bib 483, Alexis Rathel from West Bend. Jordis Brilla making her way through the course. And Jordis not giving up. She's going to get a finish here. Bib 490, Jordis Brilla finishes with a time of 58.30. Right behind her is Alexis Rathel from West Bend, a senior.
On deck behind Alexis is Kennedy Wiedemeyer from Slinger. We've got Alexis Rathel from West Bend making her way to the finish line. And Alexis will turn in a time of 41.25.
On course is Kennedy Wiedemeyer, a sophomore from Slinger. She'll be followed by Catherine Nelson from Middleton.
It's like Kennedy's got a good pace going here on this course. We should see some good things out of Kennedy. And Kennedy Wiedemeyer's time, 30.05, unofficially in the number 1 spot. Kennedy Wiedemeyer.
Finishing up the third seed is bib 473, Catherine Nelson from Middleton. She is on course.
Catherine will be followed by Haley Flaherty from Hartford. This is Catherine Nelson approaching the finish line. And Catherine's time, 40.62.
That wraps up our third seed. Starting off the fourth seed is bib 460, Haley Flaherty from Hartford.
Haley will be followed by J.C. Erickson, a local racer from the AOWS team. We've got Haley Flaherty on course. We're watching Haley Flaherty as she completes this slalom course in the final gates. And Haley crosses with a time of 52.25.
Now on course, we have 476 Veda Gear. 457 J.C. Erickson from the AOWS team. Then we'll have 476 Veda Gear from Middleton.
As I mentioned earlier, JC, one of our young adult patrollers here at Mount Lacrosse, learning to be a ski patroller and also a snowboard racer. A little tip there for JC, but she's back on course. We're watching JC Erickson at the finish line, and JC turns in a time of 43.54. Vida Gears on course. Behind her will be Claire Schmidt from Slinger. We're watching Vida Gear.
Looks like Veda had a little trouble, but she's back up and back on course. And here she comes, bib 476, Veda Gear from Middleton, finishing with a time of 41.07.
Claire Schmidt is on course. She's a sophomore at Slinger, bib 495. She'll be followed by Addison Turacek from West Bend.
We're looking at Claire Schmidt from Slinger make her way through this course.
Claire looks like she's having a pretty nice run here. A little oops right at the bottom, but Claire turns in a time of 36.48, good enough for an unofficial top 10 finish in the 8th position.
At the top of the course is 482, Addison Turasek, a junior from West Bend. She'll be followed by Charlie Bentfield from Waukesha.
We're watching Addison Turacek on course. Some real tight corners here, tight turns for these last few gates. Addison got back on course right away. And Addison Turacek at the finish line, 44.93.
Now on course 477, Charlie Bentfield, a freshman from Waukesha. She'll be followed by 466, Faith Line from Madison West.
We've got eyes on Charlie Bentfield as she makes her way down the course.
Here comes bib 477, Charlie Bentfield, making her way to the finish. And Charlie's time is a 50.81.
Faith Line is on course from Madison West. She's a senior this year. Faith will be followed by a local racer, Anna Mua.
We are now in the 5th seed of the girls' slalom. We're watching Faith Line from Madison West. Here she comes, bib 466, a senior from Madison West. Faith Line, her time, 47 flat, 47.00. At the top of the course is 455, Anna Mua, a senior from the AOWS team. Anna will be followed by Olivia Doyne from Hartford.
We're watching Anna Mua, a senior this year at Logan.
Here comes Anna Mua to the finish with a nice time of 38.73. At the top of the course, we have bib 463, Olivia Doyne from Hartford, having a little bit of trouble at the top.
She'll be followed by another Olivia Strupp. We're watching Olivia Doyne from Hartford.
And approaching the last few gates is racer 463, Olivia Doyne from Hartford. Last little hop, and she's through the finish with a time of 55.02.
Olivia Strupp coming in hot here. She got a second place finish in this event. Olivia Strupp coming in hot here. She got a second place finish in this event last year. Coming in out of the 5th seed here. She's a junior from Slinger. Looks like she's on fire here coming out of the 5th seed. Let's watch Olivia Strupp cross the finish line. 27.96, unofficially the #1 racer here on the slalom course.
Nice run. Our next racer is bib 486, Taylor Calloway, a sophomore from West Bend. And Taylor will be followed by Melanie Bentfield from Waukesha. In front of us now is Taylor Calloway. We're wrapping up our 5th seed here in the girls' snowboard slalom race with Taylor Calloway approaching the finish. And Taylor's time is a 44.83.
Next up, Melanie Bentfield, a sophomore from Waukesha. She's on course. On deck is Lila Schultz from Madison West.
We're watching Melanie Bentfield, a sophomore from Waukesha, on this slalom course. Here comes Melanie Bentfield finishing up. Melanie's time is a 50.78.
On course next is Lila Schultz. Again, a freshman from Madison West, and on deck behind Lila, Emerson Turner from Middleton. Looks like Lila had a little oops there. She's going to get resituated at that blue gate and come on down our way. A couple of wider gates at the top on the pitch, and then some really quick, tight gates down below here. So you have to kind of adjust rhythm as they move to the bottom part of the course here. This is Lila Schultz.
And in the start, we have Emerson Turner from Middleton. Here comes our freshman from Madison West, Lila Schultz, finishing with a time of 1.02.65.
Emerson Turner is on course, bib 472. Behind Emerson will be Graceland Wire.
Or Nora Cool. We'll
sure.
see. This is Emerson Turner on course, bib 472. Here comes Emerson to the finish. Her time, 45.98. At the top of the course, we have bib 474, Nora Cool from Middleton.
Nora will be followed by bib 497, Graceland Ware.
And we're looking at Nora Cool on course. Here she comes, bib 474, Nora Cool from Middleton approaching the finish. Nora's time is a 47.36. Our final racer is bib 497, Graceland Wire from Slinger.
As Amy said, Graceland, our final girl snowboarder in the slalom course, will take a few minutes to get this course prepared for the boys, and they will be running a boys slalom race here shortly.
And here comes Graceland Ware, a freshman from Slinger. Our final female boarder for the day, Gracelyn Wire, with a time of 35.92. And just a quick reminder that following the boys slalom race, we will do snowboard awards. We're not quite sure of the exact time yet, but we will be doing snowboarding awards following the boys slalom.
Also, another reminder that the WIARA apparel sale is happening in the boardroom. So if you want some state high school ski and snowboard racing apparel, please stop by our boardroom in the main chalet, and they'd be happy to help you with a sweatshirt, a t-shirt, a baseball hat, or several other items of swag that you will see for the state tournament here at Mount Lacrosse. We'd like to thank the folks from PT Timing, Interstate Sound, and Explore Lacrosse for all their help in putting together this event. All of our production, as far as the cameras, the timing, the internet feed, is all handled by PT Timing, Interstate Sound, and Explore Lacrosse. We couldn't do this event without their support, and we appreciate their help. Well, we have a racer on course. It's Bodie Calloway. He's our #1 racer here, and he did a pretty good job at this event last year. Seeing if he can do a three-peat. Bodie Calloway on course. He had 4th in this race last year. 1st overall. Our local racer, Bodie Calloway, heading to the finish line. And Bodie turns in a time of 26.82. 26.82. First racer on the boys' snowboard slalom course.
Our next racer is 448, Gavin Schaubel from West Bend.
Gavin was a top 10 finisher in this event last year as well.
So right behind Bodie is Gavin Schauble.
Oh, we have to pause for a little gate repair.
So our next racer again, Gavin Schauble. Gavin is a junior this year from West Bend. He had a pretty good finish in this event last year. Gavin will be followed by Doug Watson. Looks like our course is getting to be clear. We're going to be sending Gavin Schauble next. And bib 448, Gavin Schauble is on course.
Let's see what Gavin can do. Bodie set a good time here. See what Gavin can do. Our next racer will be Doug Watson from Middleton. We're looking at Gavin Schauble from West Bend. Gavin staying close to those gates, doing a nice job. And Gavin's time is a 28.85.
Next up, Doug Watson. Doug's a junior at Middleton this year. On deck behind him, Charles Head. Doug looks like he's putting a pretty nice run together here. A junior from Middleton, Wisconsin. Competing in the nation's largest high school snowboard ski tournament. This is Doug Watson the last couple of gates. And Doug Watson will cross the finish line at 31.3.
Our next racer is one of our locals, 415, Charles Head, a junior from the Logan Central Providence team.
Another shout out for those young adult patrollers. Charles Head is also enrolled in the program to be a junior ski patroller.
We're watching Charles Head on course. In the start is Luke Croft from Wausau West. Here comes 415 Charles Head to the finish. And Charles' time is a 44.08. At the top of the course is 454 Luke Croft from Wausau West.
On deck behind Luke will be Jacob Lischka from Slinger.
We're looking at Luke Croft, a freshman from Wausau West. Here comes Luke to the finish. And Luke's time is a 38.26.
Jacob Lischka is on course. On deck behind Jacob, Gavin Albrecht. Jacob Lischka is a junior this year at Slinger. I believe this team trains at Little Switzerland. One of 33 ski areas in Wisconsin.
I've never been to that one. This is Jacob Lischka finishing up. And Jacob's time is a 32.15.
On course next, Gavin Albrecht. Behind Gavin is Ben Johnston.
We're looking at Gavin Albrecht, a senior at Hartford, looking to finish his high school career in a good way. Here comes Gavin. Gavin's time is a 30.65.
Take just a moment for some course panel repair here. One of our able-bodied volunteers making sure that happens. One of our racers from the Cooley Alpine Racing program. Once again, shout out to all these volunteers that makes this race happen. Appreciate all your hard work.
Our next racer will be 434, Ben Johnston from Waukesha.
And Ben is on course. Ben will be followed by Soren Dumar from Rhinelander Northern Pines. Right now we've got Ben Johnston at mid-course. And Ben comes across the line with a time of 37.79. 37.79.
Now on course is bib 433, Soren Dumar, a soft junior from Rhinelander Northern Pines.
On deck behind Soren is Sam Anderson from Wanakee.
Bib 433, Soren Dumar is making his way toward the finish. And Soren's time is a 35.51. Now on course 445, Samuel Anderson, a senior from Wanakee.
Sam will be followed by Connor Scrum from Madison West. We're watching Sam Anderson, racer number 10 in our first seed. About 60 total snowboard racers today. We have eyes on Sam Anderson from Wanakee. Looks like he's putting an okay run together. This is Sam Anderson at the finish line, and Sam turns in a time of 36.59. Connor Scrum is up next. He's on course.
And Connor will wrap up our first seed of the boys' border slalom race.
On deck behind Connor is Dominic Bentfield from Waukesha. This is Connor Scrum.
Here comes Connor, our senior from Madison West. Connor Scrum finishes with a time of 32.10. And our next racer will start us off in the second seed, 437, Dominic Bentfield from Waukesha.
Just a moment for some course panel repair here before we send Dominic.
And Dominic is now on course. He'll be followed by Cole Gasho from Wanakee. Now we're watching bib number 437, Dominic Bentfield on course. Here comes Dominic to the finish, and his time is a 36.33.
Cole Gashko is on course. On deck behind him is Will Bakastoon from AOWS. We've got eyes on Cole Gashko from Wanakee.
We have a bunch of seniors coming down pretty soon here. This is Cole, a senior from Wanakee, followed by Will Bakastoon, a senior from AOWS. Looking to wrap up their high school racing career here. Cole Gasho, his time is a 37.03. Our next racer is 407, Will Bakastoon, and a senior from the Aquinas on Alaska West Salem team.
Will was just outside the top 10 in this event last year with an 11th place finish, but he looks like he's on fire today. He's giving it his all. This is Will Bakastoon. Woo! Around that red gate and to the finish line. Will Bakastoon at 30.54. Nice job, Will. Unofficial number 3 position.
Now on course is 413, Mason Weimer, a senior from Hartford.
Behind Mason, Arthur Stern is on deck. We're watching Mason Weimer. Mason had a little oops there.
Yeah, he was really pushing it. 413, Mason Weimer finishing up. going backwards.
Mason's time, 36.48. 36.48.
He gets style points, though. Where we're looking at Arthur Stern, a senior from Madison West, on course. Following Arthur will be Will Kaiser from West Bend, another senior. We're looking at Arthur Stern, a senior from Madison West, on course. Here comes Arthur Stern to the finish, and his time is a 44.55. Up next is Will Kaiser, a senior from West Bend.
On deck behind Will, Tyler Erickson from Middleton. This is Will Kaiser. And Will Kaiser approaching the finish line, and Will turns in a time of 38.72. On course now, Tyler Erickson, sophomore from Middleton. On deck, Evan Kronig from Slinger.
We're watching Tyler Erickson, a sophomore from Middleton, on course. Getting pretty close to those gates, knocking one down a little bit. Here comes Tyler Erickson to the finish. His time, 34.63. At the top of the course will be 4:99. Evan Kroening, a freshman from Slinger. And we are approaching the end of our second seed of the boys' slalom.
Evan Kroenig crosses the line, 33.39, unofficially in a top 10 position there at number 8.
Our next racer is 4:31, Marshall Durkee, a sophomore from Rhinelander Northern Pines. Marshall will be followed by Maxwell Wills. And we're watching Marshall Durkee from Rhinelander Northern Pines. And Marshall finishes with a time of 33.67. 33.67. Wrapping up seed number 2 is 4:16 Maxwell Wills, a sophomore from the Logan Central Providence team. And here comes Maxwell Wills, making his way toward these last few gates of the slalom. And Max Wills' time is a 42.09. Starting off our third seed is 4:40 Alex Mickelson, a junior from Wanakee.
And Alex is on course. On deck behind Alex is Lars Wubben from Middleton. We've got eyes on Alex Mickelson.
Here comes Alex to the finish. Alex Mickelson's time is a 37.15.
Lars Wubben is on course, making his way down the top third of the course here. Lars is a senior this year at Middleton High School. Unofficially, our current leader is Bodie Calloway. In first, second unofficially, Gavin Schaubel. This is Lars Wubben. We've had Lars here before. He's a senior this year, and Lars crosses with a time of 36.59. On course next,
Wesley Olson, a freshman from the Logan Central Providence team. He's bib 418. We're watching Wesley Olson.
On deck behind Wes will be Kurt Merkline.
Here comes Wesley Olson toward the finish. Bib number 418. His time, a 41.04.
On course next is Kurt Merkline from Hartford. On deck is Preston Schellinger from Slinger. We're watching Kurt Merkline. Kurt looks like he's putting a good run together, and Kurt's time 31.52, unofficially in the top 10 with a number 6 position. On course now is Preston Schellinger. On deck behind Preston, Lincoln Westman. Preston had a little skid out there, but he's right back on course.
We're looking at bib 500, Preston Schellinger from Slinger. Just a freshman here, his first slalom race at the state meet. Preston finishes with a 37.99.
Lincoln Westman on course from Ashwaubay, skiing as an individual. Had a little course correction there, but he's back on track. On deck behind Lincoln, Oliver Powell from Madison West.
We're looking at 452, Lincoln Westman on course from Ashwaubay. And here's Lincoln Westman finishing up with a 48.70.
On course now is Oliver Powell. He's a junior this year at Madison West. On deck is Camden Kostrova from Rhinelander Northern Pines. This is Camden Kostrova working his way down the course with a little slip, but back on track. Camden Kostrova working his way to the finish line and turning in a time of 41.58.
At the top of the course is 449, Max Dahlberg, a freshman from West Bend.
On deck behind Max is Peter Murin from Waukesha. We've got Max Dahlberg on course.
We're looking at Max Dahlberg, bib number 449 on course. Peter Murin in the start. He'll be followed by Carter Fortune. Here comes Max Dahlberg toward the finish. Max's time is a 37.84. Peter Murin is at the top of the course. He's a senior from Waukesha.
On deck behind Peter is Carter Fortune, one of our local racers from AOWS. We're watching Peter Murin.
Here comes the senior from Waukesha, Peter Murin, wrapping up his high school racing career. Peter's time is a 42.24.
On course next, behind Peter,
Carter Fortune.
We've got Carter Fortune, one of our local racers. Finishing out seed number 3. Behind Carter and on deck, Marcus Kotalik from Waukesha. We're watching Carter Fortune from the AOWS squad. And Carter crosses the line
at 44.76.
Starting out our fourth seed is bib 438, Marcus Katalik, a junior from Waukesha, on course. He'll be followed by Abram Wittig, a senior from Hartford. Marcus Katalik on course.
Marcus Katolik approaching the finish line, and Marcus will drop a time in at 37.38.
At the top of the course, we have, sorry, I lost my spot.
Abram Wittig, number 408.
Sorry about that. Abram Wittig from Hartford.
On deck behind him is Theodore Clay, a senior from Middleton. Just the first couple of racers here in seed number 4. This is Abram Wittig at the finish line, 36.13.
Bib 428, Theodore Clay is now on course. Theodore is a senior from Middleton.
On deck is Oliver Nix from Logan Central Providence Academy. We've got Theodore Clay out front.
And here comes Theodore Clay approaching the finish. And Theodore's time is a 39.46.
Oliver Nix is on course. He's a junior this year. On deck is Marek Zappa from Wanakee. This is Oliver Nix.
Sorry, we're halfway through the fourth seed of the boys' slalom. We're watching Oliver Nix. Here comes bib 417, Oliver Nix to the finish. Oliver's time is a 43.37.
On course now is Marek Zappa from Wanakee. On deck, Owen Sarkoskas from Rhinelander, Northern Pines. Oliver Nix is out front. Sorry,
nope,
Marek Zappa is out front. Oliver just finished. They're getting ahead of us. This is Marek Zappa. And Merrick comes across the finish line with a time of 40.98. 40.98.
Now on course 432, Owen Sarkowskis, a freshman from the Rhinelander Northern Pines team. He'll be followed by 501, Kobe Ryson from Slinger. This is Owen Sarkowskis on course. Owen's a freshman, so this is his first slalom at the state meet. Bib 432, Owen Sarkowskis finishes with a time of 45.98. 45.98 for Owen. On course is 501, Kobe Ryson from Slinger. He'll be followed by Braxton Witzek from the AOWS squad.
We've got Kobe Reeson working his way to the finish line. And Kobe comes across with a time of 34.31. Nice time for Kobe.
Up next is 402, Braxton Witzek, a freshman from the AOWS team. Braxton will be followed by Quinn Benedict from West Bend. Out in front of us is Braxton Witzek from the Aquinas, Unalaska West Salem team.
This is Braxton Wickchick working his way to the finish line. And Braxton's time, 39.73.
Up next is 450, Quinn Benedict from West Bend. He is on course. He'll be followed by William Morrison from Madison West.
Out front is Quinn Benedict.
Also, a reminder, we'll be doing snowboard awards as soon as we can following the finish of the slalom race. This is Quinn Benedict approaching the finish. And Quinn's time is a 36.97.
On course next is William Morrison, a sophomore at Madison West. On deck behind Will Morrison is Harper Krebs. Oops, Harper Krebs is on course.
Yep, we must have skipped William Morrison.
And here comes Harper Krebs.
Harper will be followed by Caden Olson from Wanakee. Bib 410, Harper Krebs from Hartford is making his way to the finish. And Harper's time is a 35.28.
Caden Olson on course. On deck, Casey Chmulski from Waukesha.
Out in front of us is Caden Olson, a junior from Wanakee.
Here comes Caden Olson, the last few turns on this slalom course. And Caden Olson crosses with a time of 41.27.
Our next racer is 436, Casey Chmielewski, a freshman from Waukesha.
On deck behind Casey, Cyrus Gonzalez. Casey's going to get spun around there and get up to the right gate with a little hop and skip. And there goes Casey back on course.
And Casey is having a little trouble, but he's back on course. Still has a lot of energy. This is racer 436, Casey Chmielewski from Waukesha, approaching the finish. And Casey's time is a 59.80.
Cyrus Gonzalez is on course. On deck behind him, Lee Landon. Mid-course is Cyrus Gonzalez.
And Cyrus is a senior at Middleton. In the start is Lee Landon, a freshman from Slinger.
This is Cyrus Gonzalez in the last few turns here.
And here comes Cyrus Gonzalez to the finish. Cyrus's time is at 52.76. Up next is Lee Landon. He is on course. He's a freshman from Slinger.
On deck behind Lee is Conair Doherty from West Bend. This is Lee Landon. And Lee turns in a time of 38.65.
On course is 447, Conair Doherty, a sophomore from West Bend.
On deck is Cameron Gage, one of our local AOWS racers.
And we're looking at Conair Doherty from West Bend on course.
It's kind of a cool name, Conair.
Yeah, Conair, I like it.
Conair Doherty at the finish line, 36.45. 36.45.
Now on course is bib 403, Cameron Gage, a senior from the Aquinas, Onalaska, West Salem team. He'll wrap up our 5th seed of the Boarders Slalom. Here comes Cameron Gage toward the finish. Bib 403. Cameron's time is a 43.29. Our next racer is the beginning of our 6th seed, 406, Ryan Numerador Robles, a sophomore from the AOWS team.
Behind Ryan will be Sam Langton from Wanakee.
And we're down to our final 6 boarders for the 2025 State Ski and Snowboard Championships. We're looking at Ryan Numerador Robles from the AOWS team. Here comes Ryan. Ryan's time is a 48.16. At the top of the course is 446 Samuel Langton, a freshman from Wanakee.
On deck behind Sam will be Alex Landvatter from Slinger. This is Sam Langton on course, a freshman this year. Sam had a little oops there, but he'll be right back at it.
We're watching Samuel Langton from Wanakee on course. Alex Landvatter in the start. Here comes Samuel Langton to the finish, bib 446. His first state meet here. Samuel's time is a 1.07.02. On course is 504 Alex Landvatter, a senior from Slinger.
On deck behind Alex is Braden Reeson from Middleton. This is Alex Landvatter on course.
This will be his final state meet. He's a senior from Slinger. Alex's time is a 33.52. Our next racer is 423 Braden Reeson from Middleton. He'll be followed by Max Weimer from Hartford. We're looking at Braden Reeson, a sophomore from Middleton. Bib 423, Braden Reeson is making his way toward the finish.
And Max Weimer is also on course. This is Braden Reeson at the finish line.
And Braden's time is a 45.56. And this is Max Weimer on course, a junior from Hartford. This is bib 414, Max Weimer from Hartford, approaching the finish and finishing with a time of 46.75. We have another racer.
Here comes Braden Seminski from Waukesha. He's a freshman this year, rounding out seed 6. Looks like Braden had a little slip there, but he's back on track. We've had a great day of racing here at Mount Lacrosse with the snowboarders. Starting off with Boarder Crosse, following Giant Slalom, and now our slalom race. Big day of alpine ski racing here tomorrow, commencing at 8:30 with our opening ceremonies, as well as Monday, some more alpine ski racing.
We're looking at Braden Seminski, a freshman from Waukesha, wrapping up our snowboarding for the 2025 Ski and Snowboard Championships. And here comes Braden. Braden finishes with a 53.91. And that wraps it up for us today. Remember, we're going to do awards as soon as possible in the awards area by the finish area. We'll give us some time to tally up some points, and we'll meet you over there as soon as we know what time we'll be there. In the meantime, perhaps you should go inside and buy some apparel, some WIARA apparel, sweatshirts, t-shirts, hats, flannel pants, lots of good things that you can show off your team spirit for the state championships. So we'll be back with awards as soon as we can. Attention, please. There are no DQs to announce from the slalom races. No DQs to announce.
Check. should I go outside? We will start awards in 5 minutes. Start snowboard awards in 5 minutes. Start heading up to the finish area, please. Thank you.
Tell you like at a wedding, right? Like, don't lock your knees. You tell me how to stand here with this going on and not lock my knees.
So
it's like,
all we're doing is announcing top 3, right?
I was once.
get started.
I think I only need this sheet, right? Because it's all the individuals. And then combine, and then I need. All right, is everybody ready for the Snowboard Awards? All right. Okay, we're going to do the awards in the order of the events today, so we'll start with the girls' Boarder Crosse. We're just going to announce the top 3. Ladies, please come up and get your medals, and then we'll do some pictures as well. So let's get it going. For the girls' Boarder Crosse, in 3rd place, with a time of 38.61, from Slinger, Emma Smith. In 2nd place, with a time of 38.04, from West Bend, Chloe Rummel. And in 1st place, our girls' Boarder Crosse champion with a time of 37.65, from Slinger, Olivia Strupp. Congratulations, ladies. And now for the boys' Boarder Crosse top 3. We had a tie for 2nd place with a time of 36.32, a tie between Hartford's Mason Weimer and Rhinelander Northern Pines' Soren Dumar. Yep. Yep.
Need a second one? Here, do you want to hold a second one for pictures? to ship you one. We'll have to ship him.
And in first place for the boys Boarder Crosse with a time of 33.89 from the Aquinas Onalaska West Salem team, Bodie Calloway. Congratulations, guys.
I need the other medal back. Yep. Wait.
This one's the Boarder Crosse one.
Steve's got it.
Perfect.
Okay.
I appreciate that.
Yeah, that's right there.
Those GS girls?
All right, let's do the girls boarder GS top 3. In third place with a time of 53.24 from Waukesha, Hannah Tenke. In second place with a time of 49.19 from Slinger, Emma Smith. And in first place for the girls boarder GS with a time of 48.54 from Slinger, Olivia Strupp. Congratulations, ladies. Now for the boys boarder GS top 3. In third place with a time of 49.04 from Hartford, Mason Weimer. Is that how you say it, Mason? Is it Weimer?
Yeah.
In second place with a time of 48.00 from the Aquinas Onalaska West Salem team, Will Bakastoon. And in first place for the boarder GS with a time of 42.42 from the Aquinas Onalaska West Salem team, Bodie Calloway. Congratulations. Now for the girls boarder slalom top 3. In third place with a time of 32.89 from the Aquinas Onalaska West Salem team, London Vanderhorst. In second place with a time of 30.05 from Slinger, Kennedy Wiedmeyer. And in first place for the boarder slalom with a time of 27.96 from Slinger, Olivia Strupp. Congratulations. And now for the Boarder Slalom top 3 finishers. In third place, with a time of 30.54 from the Aquinas on Alaska West Salem team, Will Bakastoon. In second place, with a time of 28.85 from West Bend, Gavin Schaubel. And in first place for the boys Boarder Slalom, with a time of 26.82 from the Aquinas on Alaska West Salem team, Bodie Calloway. Congratulations. All right, now for the top 3 girls boarder combined results. In third place with 14 points from the Aquinas on Alaska West Salem team, London Vanderhorst. In second place, with a total number of points, 11 points, from Slinger, Kennedy Wiedmeyer. And in first place, with a total of 3 points, a clean sweep for Slingers, Olivia Strupp. Congratulations. Now for the boys' individual winners, top 3. In third place with 21 total points from Slinger, Jacob Lishka. In second place with a total of 18 points from the Aquinas on Alaska West Salem team, Will Bakastoon. And in first place with a total of 3 points from the Aquinas on Alaska West Salem team, another clean sweep, Bodie Calloway. Congratulations. Next, we'll do the team awards. All right, I'm going to announce the girls' snowboard team scores, top 3. In third place with a total of 205 points, Middleton. And they get trophy too, don't? No. Nope. Yeah, they will. Okay, you guys can go up on the podium. You can take up the whole podium. All right, let's hear it for the Middleton Cardinals. They're just red. Congratulations, Middleton. In second place with a combined team score of 147 points, the Aquinas Onalaska West Salem Snowboarders. Kelly will use it. Let's hear it for the AOWS team. Congratulations. Way to go, ladies. And now for our 2025 Girls Snowboard Championship team with 49 points, Slinger. And this is 4 years in a row for Slinger. Way to go. Way to go, Slinger. 4 years in a row. And now for the boys' top 3 snowboard teams in third place with 200 points, West Bend. Are there coaches there? Congratulations, West Bend. Now in second place with a total of 134 points, Slinger. Congratulations, Slinger. And now for our 2025 WIARA State Snowboard Champion with a total of 101 points, Hartford. All right, we have a final announcement in just a second. Okay, the top 3 finishers in each of the events qualifies for an all-state jacket. So there's no border competition out east, but you do qualify for a state jacket. And I'm not sure where that information is, but I think it's in the main office down there. So if you finished in the top 3, if you have a medal around your neck for an individual event, you qualify to order a state jacket. Yeah, we can get the information to your coaches for you. And one final thought here from Steve Mickelson.
Thank you, everybody, for attending the 50th race of the WIARA Ski and Snowboard Championships. This is actually the 20th year for the snowboard. Yeah, pretty cool that we've got 20 years in for snowboard. So in 5 years, we'll have a big party for the 25th for the snowboard. And it's 50th, like I say, for the ski portion of it this year. Congratulations to all the winners, all the coaches and parents and everybody that came and supported their teams. It was a great day of competition. Be safe going home, and hope to see a lot of you back here again next year. Thank you.